Hi, this is Jay for SimplyMaya, and welcome to a brand new tutorial. This tutorial is going to cover modelling, texturing, ZBrush work for the displacement maps, and also we're going to be using a bit of RealFlow as well. The RealFlow stuff is going to be brought to you by David, who's the admin of SimplyMaya, but myself, I'm going to be doing the modelling, texturing and the ZBrush stuff. The model that we're going to be creating is a lighthouse station, and the lighthouse station itself is an old Russian one. And you can Google for it, and I'll give you the name, which is the Aniva Lighthouse Station. That's A-N-I-V-A. So if you Google that, you'll be able to see what this thing looks like. And it's really old, and it's quite battered and stuff like that. Obviously from the ocean hitting it over the years. And so we're going to create something very similar to this. Because we're doing a dynamic simulation with fluids and stuff in RealFlow, what we need to do first is create a low resolution or a proxy object for the whole simulation to run a lot smoother. And then later on what we're going to do is create a new version over the top of that of a higher res lighthouse, just to make it look a bit better than just sort of cylinders and sort of rough cubes, things like that. But as I said, for this particular part of the tutorial, it's going to be a low resolution, object, just a few cylinders and a roughed out cube to make it look like rocks, stuff like that. So with our scene open, or a new scene open, what we need you to do first is go to settings and preferences, okay, and go to settings and just make sure that you are on meters, okay. And the reason for this is that the dynamic simulations, or any dynamic simulation really, actually works better in real world scale, or larger real world scale, because you have more values and stuff like that to play with, and it's just a lot better in the long run, and you can create probably a bit more convincing models, textures and fluid simulations or cloth simulations, etc. So we're going to get cracking. So first of all, what I want to do is select the measure tool, which you can get from the create menu, measure tools and distance tool, which is the one that we want here. And I'm going to hit X on the keyboard, and we're going to snap this to the grid like so, and then we're going to do another one. I'm just going to zoom out ever so slightly, and we'll pop another one just here. So what we're looking for is 40 meters in height. At the moment we've got 36, which isn't too bad. Now we'll just select the first locator down here, and we'll just make sure that that's all at 0, which it is, except for the translate Z, which is where I've moved it across from, so that's fine, we haven't got to worry about that. And then if you select the upper locator and just type in 40 in the channel box, so now we've got a 40 meter height, which is what we want for the overall height of our lighthouse. So we're going to get cracking, and first of all, actually before we do that, let's pop this onto a layer. Okay, so that's all templated out for us on a layer, and actually I'll put it on R just so we can make it out a little bit better. Okay, and then we're going to go to create polygon primitives, and we want a cylinder. Okay, and we're going to just move that up just above the grid, and I'm going to snap the pivot to the base of the cylinder like so. That's D and V, so the D will toggle the insert as you would normally press insert on the keyboard. That will toggle the positioning for the move tool, and then you can hit V and then just snap that to the base of the object itself, and then with X pressed down I'm just going to snap that to the grid itself. Job done. Okay, so we're good to go. So I'm just going to zoom back in just a little bit, and what we want to do is we want to increase the radius of this cylinder, and I'm going to do 4 either side of this, so 4 and 4. Okay, so we've got like 8 like so. Alright, and now what we're going to do as well, we're just going to grab the verts and let's just go up to our perspective view, make sure I've got everything selected. Sometimes they don't select because of the actual scale there of what's going on, so we'll just grab those and we're just going to move those up to about 9, so that's 3, 6, no 5, yeah, that's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so that's all done. So that's 9 meters high for the base, and what I will do again is just increase this, okay, like so. In fact, I think we could go one more, and there we go. So that's not too bad at all. So that's our base for our lighthouse. And what we'll be doing is creating the rest of the lighthouse to the top of this, and then what we'll do, we're going to raise the model upwards so it's actually sitting in the rock face and stuff like that. But for now we'll just keep everything on the grid while we model the lighthouse itself. And again, I'm actually going to go bigger because it actually looks bigger than this on our reference. So we're on 6, so I'm going to go 7 by 7. Let's have a look. And I think we'll go 8. Let's do one more. Let's go 8. Okay, that's going to do nicely, I think. Okay, so going to jump back in to our perspective view. Going to hit 5 on the keyboard and grab faces, and I'm just going to get rid of all these bottom faces because we're not going to need those. Again, this is only for our proxy object. And just going to grab all the faces here. Okay, and we're going to do an extrude. I've got a shortcut on my shelf, but you can go to edit mesh and extrude like so. Okay, and I'm just going to center that up and extrude that in like so. And at the moment I'm just having a look just to see on my reference where this sort of is going to sit. I'm just going to push this over here. And the other thing that I'm also aware of that we need to do is increase the camera clipping as well, because we're getting this sort of strange see-through business going on. So we'll do that. We'll do select camera. Okay, so we're just going to increase the near clipping plane to 0.1 and the far, just increase that a little bit more, and then hopefully we shouldn't have any problems. And the display works a lot better there, so that's good. Okay, so we can go back to what we were doing. Now we're just going to grab all of these guys, and we're going to do another extrude, and we're going to take that all the way up, sort of, I would say to about there. Okay, in fact let's come down a little bit lower. I think that's pretty good. In fact, let's just bring that just a little bit more. What we want to do is sort of mark out sort of areas of where certain elements are on the lighthouse itself. So this would be the sort of platform for the first walkway, and what I'll do is I'll actually extrude that out. Okay, so again, if we do this and then oops, set that to the center, and I'm just going to extrude that out like so, not too much, to about there. Okay, so this will be the first walkway on the lighthouse itself, on the uppermost part. Okay, and then we'll extrude that again and just increase, give it a little bit of height just there like so, and then we want to do another one, so again another extrusion, and we'll just bring that in a little bit more. So this is now going to be smaller than the actual width of the lighthouse body itself, or the main walls itself. And again do another one, okay, to about sort of there, I would say. We might need to adjust the height very slightly in a moment, but it's not too fast at the moment, so we'll just carry on as we are. And it's just having a look at the reference, and what we want to do is another sort of floor extrusion outside of it like this, and we'll hit G and just raise that up again like so. Okay, and then this time this is for the actual light itself, and we want that one to go about there. G again, and this is for the light section. So as you can see, we'll need to decrease the size of this ever so slightly, maybe just a little bit as well on the width, and we should be okay after that. And then what I'll do, we're going to make a rough sort of roof for this as well, and we'll just do this like so, and I'm going to hit G, and we'll run this straight up. like so. Okay, we'll just increase the height just there. Okay, so we're all good. Okay, so we'll jump back to our side view like so, and we'll just grab the verts and just make sure that we've got everything. Okay, and we'll just lower that ever so slightly. Just make sure everything's level. So that's pretty good, like so. And what I'll do, I'm just going to grow the selection, and I'm just going to scale it back ever so slightly. I'm not too concerned about what's going on here at the moment. Just going to scale it, grab that, bring that back up. And we'll just grab those. And what we'll do, hit V and snap those back to the base there. And we'll just move these up and a little bit more just over to this part as well. So that's all good to go. So that's our sort of proxy for our lighthouse itself. And what we need to do now is we'll create another cylinder that sits on the side here, but what we'll do when we come to make the actual thing is we'll blend it all into one object as well. So let's do that now. So we're going to create another poly cylinder, and I'm just going to bring that up, and again I'm just going to cut the bottom off this one, okay, like so. And we'll get rid of that, that's all good. And I'm going to hit F8, and what we'll do is we'll scale this up, and then we'll move this down, just going to move that over ever so slightly. Okay, so we should have something like this. And I'm just going to check sort of proportions, they're not too bad, just up against our reference photos I have here in front of me. So that's looking pretty good, and I'm just going to duplicate this off, and just going to move this up like so, and we're going to scale this down, okay, like that. And actually I should have left the bottom on that one, but never mind. So I'm just going to grab that, and we'll just fill the hole like so, and then what we'll do, we'll just quickly run in some edges so we're not suffering with too many extra polys and stuff. So let me just undo that, make sure snapping is on, so I can snap to the center point like so, and we'll just quickly run these back in. Like so. I'm not worried about them being triangles for now, because we're not going to be using this particular piece of geometry in Maya. This is purely for the dynamic simulation that's going to be done in RealFlow, and then hopefully once we get this all done, we can sort out all these triangles, stuff like that, and convert everything to quads. Okay, so that's all good. And what I'd like to do, I'm just going to sort of exaggerate the shape a little bit on this. Again, this is going to be used as well for our reference for our main lighthouse as well, so just worth bearing in mind. Just going to sort of pull this around just a little bit. Okay, and just looking at the reference there in front of me, and let's get rid of all of those. I think that one there, that one there, and that one there. Okay, so we'll cut those out, hit F8, and hopefully that should resemble what we have on the photograph, and just make it a little bit bigger, and also just bring it down ever so slightly as well. And I think we can decrease the height of this a bit more as well, just ever so slightly. Okay, like so, and just drop that down there. So that's all good. Okay, so that's pretty much the proxy object for the lighthouse. So what we want to do is name this stuff. So main lighthouse, and then let's call it base house, and then we'll call this one the balcony. Okay, like so, and what we'll do, we'll group those together. Okay, Control G, and then name that lighthouse underscore group. Okay, and while we're here, what we can do is we can group our measurements together as well. Just to keep everything tidy in the scene, which for those of you who've never worked in a production environment before, you'll find you'll have to give naming conventions to everything, which will make a lot of sense in a pipeline where there are a lot of people pulling various models or whatever scenes to make a movie or whatever you're doing. So it's good to name everything. And also, especially if you're using scripting as well, so it's not just a poly surface that needs this or that, you know, it's got a proper name to it, so all good. Okay, so what we need to do now is we're going to move this up, and we're going to create the island base for this, and I'm just going to use a poly cube for that, and we're just going to pull that around and sort of get it to sit up against the lighthouse itself here. So we're going to go create polygon primitive, and we're going to get ourselves a cube like so, and I'm just going to move that up, and again in the side view just going to hit the D and the V key and snap that to the pivot there. Okay, like so, and then X to snap that to the grid, and we're done. And then all we're going to do is scale this up to about there, and then I'm just going to increase the length and the width, but also for the width itself we're just going to move this along like so. I think somewhere sort of around there. That's all looking pretty good. And now what we can do is start to get rid of this base part here, and we'll increase the length of this, obviously because it's going to be under the water and out of the way, but it'd be good to have just a little bit of depth and stuff that we can use in the scene with the real flow. Okay, so let's start shaping this up. Again, it's going to be very, very basic, very fast, and yeah, we should be nearly done. So just pulling these out, just go a bit of tapering to the edges of the island as if it sort of goes back into the sea type thing. And then what we want to do is start to add some loops and stuff like so, and we'll put one there and one there. Okay, and what I'll do first is grab this one, and I'm just going to shift this downwards like so, and we're going to grab those, and we're just going to move that to about there. Okay, like so, and we're going to run another one, or another two actually, through the center here, and grab those, and we're going to move those down just so we see the base of the lighthouse. Okay, and then what we can do is start to shape this up. Okay, so it's all sort of rocky and stuff like that, just so it gives a rough gives David a rough idea of what it's going to look like, and then once we get to doing the real thing, then we can throw that all in, and hopefully we'll have something really cool looking. Okay, so I'm just going to, this is the actual part that we want to see, so I'm just going to bring this down as well. I know we can see the base of that building at the moment, but I'm going to run some more edge loops in and stuff like that. And let's just bring this across, and this one as well, and we'll just start to shape everything up. Okay, so let's grab that one and that one, okay, like so. Just move that sort of down there like that. Okay, and then we can grab these verts and start to bring everything back into shape. Okay, like so. And again, we'll be using ZBrush a bit later on for this stuff, so it'll be a lot better, and hopefully we'll use some proper rock textures and stuff to do the displacement detail as well. So, but what we'll do is we'll take in the once we get to building the more higher res sort of model, we'll take that into ZBrush as a template type thing, and we'll sculpt the rock island around it, so we know what we're getting once the displacement maps and stuff come back in to render and everything in Maya. Okay, so let's just start to make this all a bit more sort of rocky and craggy. And what we'll do as well is we'll add a sort of a baseline, if you like, and we'll straighten that out like so. So that can be the sort of the area where the sea could be sort of placed as a guideline as well for the real flow stuff, and then the rest can just batter up against the side of the lighthouse itself. So we'll try and just sculpt everything above this line for now. If I can select that point, there we go. Okay, and we'll just move these up just a bit more, make it a bit more interesting. And what I'll do, add another loop like so, and we'll do another one there. Okay, okay, so that's all good. And we'll just sort of make this a bit more jaggy. So again, it's just all shaping up really for this, just to get an idea of what we're going to need as well for when we come to create the more high resolution version. Okay, so something like this, and just push it around. There we go, so it's not too bad. As I said, once we get into ZBrush, we'll be able to do a bit more business to it and make it far more interesting. Okay, so 2 more loops just to give us a little bit more detail, so a bit more for the waves to crash against on the simulation. And we'll do that to about there, and we'll do that one to about there as well. And we'll just give this a bit more form, just round it all out really now. Okay, like so. And again with the back end of the island. Just keep that all kind of organic, if you like. And there we go, so that's looking pretty good. And we'll grab all of those and we'll just level those out. Okay, like so. And just to finish this off, we'll just bring these up just of points of interest, and there as well. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. That's good to go. We'll leave this as the waterline, that's used. We can use that as a marker perhaps in RealFlow, and we should be pretty good to go. So we'll just name this. We'll call this island. Okay, like so. That's all done. And we'll just pop on wireframe just so we can see what we're looking at. Let's close that off. Okay, so there we go. We're done for this section. Let's just delete some history and freeze the transforms, and we'll do the same for this. And that's it, we're all done. So that's now ready as a proxy object to be handed over to David, so he can start to do the fluid simulations. So that's pretty much it now. The next section, what we'll do, we'll start looking at adding sort of details and stuff now, making a sort of more refined object to be placed into our final scene once the fluids and everything are done in RealFlow. And yeah, so we'll start adding sort of bits and pieces like sort of rounded roofing, stuff like that, windows, things like that. And then we'll get onto doing UVs and stuff, and then we'll start heading onto textures and hopefully a bit of ZBrush as well. So I shall see you in the next section. Cheers for now. Hi, welcome back. Welcome to part 2. Last section, what we did, we modeled this low resolution proxy object to be used in our RealFlow scenes. This section, what we're going to do, we're going to duplicate this particular set of objects, and we're then going to sort of model, or remodel, should I say, the lighthouse itself into a higher resolution or a more detailed object to replace the proxy object later on. So first of all, what I want to do, as you can see, the island is sitting there outside the group of the lighthouse, so I'm just going to middle mouse drag that into there. Okay, so everything's now selected, and we seem to have a slight transform here, which isn't so bad. It's only in the height, but what I would like to do is center everything up over the grid here in terms of the tower as well. So I'm just going to go into a top view. Actually, let's hit the top view and we'll hit F. So as you can see, when we created this, I mean, this is all moved around now, but when we created the poly cylinder for the tower itself, we were obviously working on the center there. So what we need to do is basically grab this and shift it all over so it all lines up in the center. So I'm just going to move all this, and hopefully we should sort of be where we need to, which is going to be around there somewhere like that. Okay, because what I'd like to do as well is hopefully we'll get we'll use an array on various details and stuff for railings and things like that in the scene itself once we come to put those high-res details on, so we're all good. Let's just undo that a minute. Just go back and just want to reline that up. So that's about right there. And we'll use that part of the tower, which is this bit here. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, so if we just move over and just grab the top of the tower there. Let's just have a quick look, and my camera clipping has gone gaga again. So what I'm going to do is go to view, select camera, and what I'm going to do, and as you can see it's selected here, and hopefully if I just move this up we'll be able to see, if you look at the model there on the left hand side, because my camera clipping plane was actually set inside, it's not actually doing me any favours when it comes to viewing the model. So I'm just going to move that camera plane up and out of the way, so now we can see the entire tower. Okay, so I'm just going to move the pivot to the center there, and now what we can do is literally X and snap that to the grid itself, so that all lines up perfect. Okay, I'm not going to freeze the transforms out on this at the moment, because what I'd like to do is move that back to the 0 point, because obviously that's going to have an effect, or a knock-on effect, down the line on the real flow object that has already been created. So we'll leave that as is for now, and we'll just zero that back out once on the group node once we're done. Okay, so let's open up the outliner again. So what we want to do is rename this to Lighthouse proxy underscore group, or you can call it low res, whatever you like, and we're going to pop that onto a layer, and we'll put it on there. I'm just going to double check that it does go onto that layer, although when you've got an object or several objects selected and you hit a new layer, it automatically assigns it, but I'm one of these people that out of habit from older versions of Maya does like to just hit add selected objects. It's just one of those things that's sort of followed me around for the last few versions of Maya, so but it's always good to sort of double check anyway. So okay, so that's all done. So what we want to do is rename that layer. So we're going to call this proxy underscore dis for display, just so we know that it is actually a display layer, just in case, you know, whatever. So because you've got these render tabs, you've got a display tab, you've got an animation tab, so I always like to just put dis on the end of it, or if I'm on a render layer I'll put a ren on the end of that, and so on. So that's my reason for my madness there. So okay, so with that done, let's hit Control D. So we've now got a duplicated copy of this lighthouse, and then we'll make a new layer, and again I'm going to add selected objects, and we're going to call this high res underscore dis, and save that as well. And I just want to make sure that that's on that layer, which it is, and we'll turn off the proxy, and hopefully all we've got visible now is our high res, which is good. And then all we need to do is rename, so go high res underscore grp. Okay, so that's all done, that's good. And last but not least, we've got our distance measurement there, so we'll just call that distance underscore display as well, so we can turn that on and off if it gets in our way. Okay, so we're good to go. What I'd like to do first is we just jump into the side view here, and let's just turn that off. And what I've got is the distance tool. Let's just hit 4 on the keyboard. So we've got the distance tool here. What I'd like to do is just move that up, just so we can keep an eye on the height of the entire lighthouse tower stuff. What we're going to do is sort of measure it here from the base of, well, where the rock meets the actual tower itself. So we'll measure that. So let's take that off of the reference layer that it's on, and we'll just grab a locator and hit up. So I'm just going to move this just above, okay, and if we just show the grid, okay, so we're about a unit and a bit, so I'm just going to make it a little bit higher. Let's just make that about a unit and a half, because what I'm going to do is allow for the dome structure that's going to fit on top, or the sphere structure rather, that's going to fit on top of the dome tower. And then what we'll do, we'll see where we're at there, and then hopefully we should be in a fairly good place, and then we can just move this stuff around and up and down or whatever just to fit. So we should be good there. Okay, so with that done, I'm just going to put that back on a reference layer, and we're going to zoom in now. And as you can see, our base is still connected to the tower, and I'd really love to just get that separate right now, so we can just work on the tower separately without worrying about the base itself. So I'm just going to go to my poly tools, and I'm going to hit the extract icon that I have all set up there. You can go into your poly menu and go to mesh and go extract if you want to do it that way. So that's all good, and remembering to delete history to get rid of the connection between the two now separated objects. So just double check that that's all done, and it is, so that's all good. Okay, so the reason for separating this out as well, apart from making it easier to work on and without having geometry running all over the place, is because if you have downloaded the same reference I have for this particular lighthouse, you can see that this base part sort of slopes down and has a sort of pathway that comes to this part here. So I want to sort of try and model this bit separately without sort of having any sort of knock-on effect onto this geometry here. So we'll all be good when it comes to the final model and stuff like that. I mean, obviously there's bits and pieces as well we can add to it and make it look better. But yeah, that's really the reason for that, is just so it can all just sort of do what it's doing in the reference photos. So okay, so let's jump in, and what I'd like to do first is just grab this tower, and basically all I'm going to do is delete that. I'm not overly fussed about it. This is our maximum height that we can really go to, so you know, we've got a little bit to play with in terms of setting up the dome and stuff like that. So okay, so before we hit the dome, that's gone now. This is going to be the glass area, obviously, for the lighthouse. And what I'd like to do is actually separate that out as well. Reason being, it's actually better when it comes to rendering and stuff like that. And if you're one of these people that likes to comp stuff together in a compositing package, it's actually better to have glass objects separated that way, and then you've got more control over stuff, especially in renders and everything else like that. And it's easier for when you're applying shaders as well. Although you can apply Maya shaders on a per face basis if you like, it's actually best not to. It's actually better to do it on a per separate object, stuff like that. So that's just something for you to be aware of. It's something I picked up quite recently whilst working on a film, and yeah, in fact from talking to the visual effects supervisor on that particular film, he did say it is sort of like really the preferred way to go. So it's just something to bear in mind. So anyway, what we'd like to do as well, so what we'll do is name this guy. So this is going to be our tower glass. Okay, so we'll just rename that while we're there. And also the other thing to do as well is add some extra divisions into it as well. It's something else that was sort of pointed out to me, because usually you create a glass and you think, oh, it's just a pane of glass, and just do it as a polygon or something like that. But if you add the extra sort of geometry to it as well, it just makes it better for rendering, reflections, all that kind of stuff. It's actually better overall. So what we'll do first is we'll add some divisions to that. Just double clicking on the insert edge ring, edge loop tool rather. So if you just hit multiple edge loops in the attribute editor for that, and then just hit 4. Okay, and then we can just add 4 loops straight away, and then just reset the tool. Okay, so that's all done. So F8 and delete some history, and that's good to go. Okay, so the top of this tower, we've just deleted the cone, or the sort of cone dome, if you like. And what we need to do is make sure that everything, there aren't any sort of overlapping sort of bits or gaps, etc., stuff like that. So first of all, let's do the top of this tower. And again, what I'm going to do is separate this top part out, okay, as well. So I'm just going to grab that and extract that out from the mesh. Okay, and we'll just delete some history on there as well. Just double check that, so that's all good. So if you look here with the glass, you can see that it's just sitting just on the edge where we've separated it out. So what I'd like to do with the glass is basically grab that edge, hit W, and we'll just move it up ever so slightly, like so. Okay, so it's sitting inside that. And then what we'll do with this one is we'll grab the edges on here, and we'll hit the scale tool and just bring that in, just so it all sits nicely and we haven't got anything sort of showing for gaps and stuff like that, because especially if you're using sort of like global illumination and things like that, you can get sort of funny sort of bleeds and stuff through gaps and stuff like that. So just something to be aware of. Okay, so this one now, what we're going to do is we're just going to extrude this ever so slightly, and just move that down, okay, like so, and then we'll hit G again just to extrude, and we'll center the tool up, and we'll just scale that in and across like so, okay, just so it gives us a decent sort of amount of geometry to sort of play with there. And again, we might even block that up in a while, just depending on the roof itself and stuff like that. Okay, so first of all, I'm just going to throw in a couple of edge loops. Okay, so because we're using the sort of the smooth poly command and stuff, which is this way is very similar to modeling with subdivision surfaces. When you're creating sharp edges, you know, you've got a fairly low resolution mesh, but once you hit the smooth button, it does look more sort of complex than it actually is. So this is the sort of seems to be the preferred way these days of modeling. So, and then we'll do that, and we'll pop on there as well, and we'll just bring that one just to there, although we're not going to see that, that's just there for good measure. And I'm just going to pop in another one just on there. Okay, so that's all good. So if we hit 3 on our keyboard and have a look at this guy, so he's all looking pretty good. I'll just turn off wire. So there we go. And our glass as well, let's just hit 3 just so that's all smooth. So that's that part done. So let's just grab those and delete some history. Okay, and this we'll call dome gutter, I think. Okay, so we'll call it dome gutter. Okay, so that's all done, so that's great. Okay, so moving on, what we need to do now is actually pop on a dome. We could do this two ways. What I've chosen to do is do it a real easy way for the sake of the tutorial. We're going to use a sphere for the dome, just cut the sphere in half for the dome itself. You could, however, use a NURBS curve and then revolve that around its y-axis. So you know, you could create a more sort of ornate design for the top of the tower if you wanted to, which is no big deal. So I'll leave it up to you, but I'm just going to do this very simple way for the sake of the tutorial, and that's just, like I said, is create a sphere. So I'm going to go Polygon Primitives Sphere, and while that's selected, I'm just going to hit W and hit V to bring that up here. And I'm just going to jump to a top view, and we'll just center that up. And X, and there we go, that's all centered now. And then we'll just bring that up like so, and there we go. Okay, and I'm just going to jump into a side view. Okay, and right click, select faces, and grab the bottom half and just delete that. So don't worry, we're not going to leave it that small, that would be a little bit ridiculous. So let's scale this guy up as best possible, and I think about there should be good to go for now. And let's just have a look, see where we're at, and that's not too bad, that's pretty good. And then all we need to do is just drop this sort of down and into place on that guttering part. What I'd like to do as well is I'm just going to stretch it just a little bit as well, probably to about there. Might be a little bit too big. Let's just double check. But no, I think we're pretty good. That's okay. So actually, let's just drop it ever so slightly. So that's okay. I'm just going to hit freeze the transforms on that and delete some history. And what I'd like to do now is just grab the top faces, and we'll get rid of those. Okay. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create a sort of little sort of plinth or a seating area for our sort of sphere thing to sit on the top there. So I'm just going to grab the rest of those, okay, like so, and I'm going to extrude these, and I'm just going to bring those in, okay, like so, okay, sort of about there is fine, I think. That's all pretty good. And I'm going to do another one. And we'll move this one up ever so slightly. Okay, like so, and then G again. And again. we'll just scale that a little bit more, just looking at that, and just push that down. Okay, so that finishes that sort of top area off. And of course what we need to do, if I press smooth, okay, that sort of creates a little bit of sort of weirdness going on there. We could leave it like that, it looks quite good on the outer part, but the inside part is not so good. So what we'll do, just double check that it's all reset. Yes it is, and what we'll do is just add a little bit of geometry just to sharpen that up a little bit there. And let's just have a quick look again. So it's not looking too bad. We could leave it like that. What I might do is just sharpen it just a little bit around the edge there, just in here, and we'll put some edges in there. We should still be able to achieve a little bit of rounding between the two sort of surfaces there, if you like. And let's just move that up. And what I will do is add one in the middle there. Let's just make sure this goes in dead center, which it will, and what I'll do is just scale that out ever so slightly, so it just helps it with its rounding, stuff like that. And let's just hit 3, and I'm pleased with that actually. That's good. We'll leave that as is. I'm going to throw in one just around the middle there as well. So again, a little bit of modelling on the fly, just a sort of change of scenery there, if you like, or change of gear. Okay, so that's all good. Right, so hopefully when we smooth this, that should look pretty good. So, and it does. Okay, so that's good. So we want one more sphere. So go polygon primitives and sphere, and what we'll do is just bring this up again. Okay, like so. We're going to go to a top view, center that up, and we'll just pop that in there like so. So that's all good, and we'll raise that up. Go to a side view, and we'll hit D and V just to bring in the pivot insert to edit that, and we'll scale that down to about there. I think we could probably go just a little bit bigger, about there. Drop that into the hole. You may want to just double check in the perspective, see where you're at with that. Okay, like so, so that's good enough. And what we don't need is the lower part. We'll leave the second row of polys there, that one there, we'll leave that in there. Okay, so that's all done, and we'll just come up to the top here and get rid of some triangles. Okay, so we want to keep, I'm a real stickler for quads with stuff. Generally that's the way to go if you're working in the movie industry. They prefer quads to render out as opposed to tris, which is a game industry thing. So just select edges, and we want to make quads out of these, so just select every other one, and you'll see why in a second. And that one, that's another one there. Oops. There and there. Okay, let's just double check we've not got anything else. Good, we haven't. That's all good, and just delete those. So now you can see we've got 4 sides. Okay, so that's a good cure for getting rid of tris on a top of a sphere. Okay, so that's all done. And of course, what we need to do now is rename this stuff. So what we're going to do, open up the outliner, just have a look at this stuff. So we're going to call this dome sphere. Pretty straightforward. And we'll call that roof dome. Okay, so that's done as well. And we've got the, we'll unparent this for now. Okay, so all the new stuff will sort of unparent as we go along. So this is all good. Okay, so that's all fine. So it's coming along quite nicely. The other thing as well to do is grab this guy. Okay, so as you can see, the glass is sort of not sitting on there quite right. So what we'll do as well is we're going to hit R, scale that in, and what I'll do as well, we'll just grab these objects and just hide them for a minute. Okay, and what we'll do is we'll just grab these guys again, bring those to about there. I think, and then we'll fill the hole like so. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll fill this up, and let's just grab that and make sure snapping is on. That's good, and just make sure I'm sort of in the center of everything. That's fine, good. Okay, so then every other one, just join that once again to the center. Keeping it all quads again. Or I like to call these four-sided tries, which is sounds a bit odd and contradictory, but that's exactly what it is. It's a four-sided triangle. Okay, so let's delete some history there. And what we'll do, we'll begin to add some nice sort of bit of edging just around there as well. So we'll do that now. Let's just grab the edge loop tool, and that's on auto, so that's fine anyway. I would have put one there anyway, so we'll just reset that now, and we'll pop one there, one there. Okay, so this is all really pretty straightforward stuff. I mean, you know, this is real kind of pretty simple modelling, and we're obviously making it look a bit more sort of complex because of the building or the object that we're actually making. So it's all looking pretty good. So this is the sort of walkway area that these lighthouses have, and what we'll be doing is putting in some railings in and around here. I want to create a small sort of poly guy as a reference, sort of at about 5'10", 5'11", so to speak, sort of average sort of guy height. And what we'll do, we'll make sure that he's sort of in place for the next chapter, so we can start adding the railings and stuff like that, and we get them all at the right height and everything else. And the same with the windows and things like that. Before we do carry on, I think I mentioned in part 1 about joining these up to the actual mesh of the tower. We'll probably do it with the bottom one because of the way that is. It's fairly straightforward if you look at the reference material for this. But this top one, this has a specific sort of lip that sticks out over the top of the of this. It's sort of like almost like a sort of an extra sort of thing like this, but it's just around the top of the sort of the balcony bit, and it has a small one as well that goes at the bottom, and they seem to just basically blend in to the wall itself there. So I'm not even going to cut that in or anything like that. We're just going to do it and then just fit the geometry over the surface nicely so it all fits. It's up to you if you want to join it up. I'll leave that entirely up to you, but for the sake of this tutorial I'm going to keep it as simple and as clean as possible without sort of causing any trouble down the line. So yeah, just something to be aware of. Okay, so we were doing this bit here, so I'm just going to pop in another loop here first before I add anything to the center there, and we'll do another one there, and we'll do another one just around here and also here. Okay, and I'm just going to do multiple edge loops on that, on one, and so that will center that just around there, so that's all quite nice. So I'm just going to hit 3 on the keyboard. That's for the smooth. So as you can see, it's all looking quite nice. Probably add some more geometry through the middle there. In fact, I think we'll do that now. So that one's done. Okay, so we got this. Excuse me. So we've got this going on around here, which is great. Which is, I want to keep that, but it's a little bit too extreme as it's coming up, sort of from this part here. So if we just go back to 1, and if I add a loop in there, excuse me, the old throat's going there. I'm just going to have a quick look on my reference that I have here on my other computer. Unfortunately, I can't show you because it's not linked up to this monitor. So what I'd like to do is we're going to have some windows placed in a bit later on. Probably in the next section we'll start doing those. But the window itself would start sort of around there. So I'm going to add a loop. Let's just undo that and reset this. So I'm going to add a loop to about here. So that should give us a nice, still a nice bit of rounding going on just up there. And also I'm going to just pop in another loop just there and there for the moment. And we'll use these as height references, if you like, as well, for when we come to put in the window frames and stuff like that, because the windows are really quite narrow on these lighthouses, and they do alternate, so you'll have one here, and then you'll have another one placed in between here somewhere. But what we'll do, we'll only build one window, and then we'll duplicate that for the rest of the way down, and then we'll cut the relevant holes for them to sit in and stuff like that. So and also on this part of this object as well. So let's have a look at that now. So that's not too bad. It is a bit rounder there. Let's just see if we can grab that, and we'll actually cause that to sort of come down just a little bit, like so. And then what I'll do is add an edge loop just in there. Okay, and we'll jump into a side view. Just hit F, and what we'll do, we'll make this come up a bit, so we do get that slight sort of rounding going on there, and then hopefully that will give us the shape that we want, which it does, and that's great. And we're not losing out really on any geometry as well. We haven't overloaded it or anything like that. Had I not put this in, it may have caused us a bit of problem later on down the line with UVs as well. So it's always good to sort of like plan ahead as well with geometry. You know, make sure you've got plenty there, not too much, not too little, just enough to sort of balance stuff out. So that should all be kind of cool and good to go now. So I'm pleased with that. So let's just see where we are and what we've got. So I think we just do need to get rid of some history, which we do. That's all good, and go to command and show last hidden. These commands I have here, these are from the display hide and show menus, which you can create shortcuts to the shelf for as well. So just something worth bearing in mind for when you come to do your stuff. Okay, so I think that's pretty good. And I'm just going to hide this guy again. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this hole up as well, and we'll do exactly what we just did with the lower part just in there. Okay, so we'll close this up, so that's all good, and we'll be finishing off with this part on this chapter, and then the next chapter we'll, like I said, we'll move in and start adding the other bits and pieces. Okay, so let's just grab the center, and that one there to there, and again every other one, whoops, I'm going a bit mad there, so every other one, four-sided try, okay, make sure you've got snapping on for this. This is the split poly tool, so if you've got snapping on, it will help you sort of find the middle of this object as well. And there we go, so that's all good. Delete some history. Let's hit 3 on our keyboard and command show last hidden, and there we go. So we're all pretty good to go with that there. That's coming along nicely. And last thing before we stop this, let's just check our dimensions, and I'm just going to go down to here, so it's looking pretty good. Let's just get that to sit on there, bang on, which is there. So the tower could come even higher. In fact, I don't think we even need to worry about that. So let's just move that across, and actually it's bang on now. So there we go. So that 40 meters from base to the top of the tower is now pretty much spot on, and we haven't really got to worry about anything anymore there. So that's all good. So we'll call it a day for this chapter, and in the next one we'll just carry on as normal, adding sort of the railings and stuff, and then what we'll do, we'll make a start on the windows and everything down here, and you know, we'll just move on as we're going down, sort of thing. So okay, so cheers for now, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to part 3. We left off last time with the tower, sort of all intact really, with all the little bits and pieces separated out and the glass and stuff, and then we started doing some bits and pieces around here. For this section what we're going to be doing is adding the railings, and also we're going to make a start on the actual balcony, if you like, in this sort of area here. And then following on in the next section we'll start on the windows and stuff like that. So it's going to be a fairly straightforward, simple chapter, and shouldn't take too long to get done. With regards to the balcony, we're going to get rid of the tries and stuff. Add a couple of sort of extrusions and bits and pieces for edges and stuff, just to make it look a bit better and match something that's very similar to what we have on our reference. So anyway, let's get cracking. First of all, what we want to do is jump into this sort of area here. We're going to create a torus. So we're going to just jump on up there and go to torus and hit W, and we'll just translate that up as best possible, and let's just jump into a top view and we'll snap that to center and back here, and what we'll do is just raise that up ever so slightly, okay, like so. Just going to jump into a side view and measure this, and just have a look. So this is, we're working in meters, so each square is a meter high. So if we can imagine this imaginary line here is a sort of hip height, if you like, or sort of like a safety height, if you like. We can adjust it afterwards. So we'll use that as a sort of a guide as to where to place the sort of top railing, really, for the railing itself. So so the radius we're going to hopefully try and increase to about 3.5, I think. Let's just have a look at that. It's probably a bit too big. Let's take it back to 3 for now. Okay, something like that. And the actual section radius will drop down to about 0.03. Let's have a look at that. So that's not too bad at all, really, for a railing. Might just knock that up to 0.35. So it's got a bit of bit better diameter. And now we can start to have a look at the radius itself. So let's start with 3.2. And I think 3.5 will suffice now, and there we go. So that's looking pretty good. So again, it's, you know, we've gotten that into shape real fast and stuff here. Okay, subdivision axis, I'll leave it up to you. Myself, I'm just going to go safe and just hit the preview smooth like so. But later on, what we will do when we come to doing the textures and stuff, you could quite easily use a NURBS torus, because the UVs are already going to be laid out for you in a specific way that remains sort of conducive to the surface of the shape of the object, and so however you manipulate that object, the UVs won't really distort stuff like that. Whereas with polygon objects like this one, they will. So we'll have a look at those later on when we come to do the UVs. But for now, we're just going to stick with the poly object, and we're just going to carry on from there. So okay, so what I'll do is we're going to create another object, and this time it's going to be a poly cylinder, and this time we're going to create all the railings to go around. We're going to create an array, so they just generally go right around the circumference of the lighthouse balcony area there. So okay, so we'll just grab that, and what I'll do as well is we'll sort the scale out on this, so we'll do 0.02 I think for now, okay, and again 0.02, which I think will suffice, and that's looking pretty good. Okay, so what we need to do is grab that and shift select that one as well, and we're going to go and hide unselected objects. Okay, so all we've got in our scene is our tower and stuff, and I'm just going to grab that guy just to make sure we got him highlighted, and there we go. Alright, and what I will do is I'm just going to move him all the way across here. Okay, I could have left him there. I'm just a bit sort of funny in the way I work like this. I just like to have things on a certain side when I'm sort of creating them and stuff, so nothing to worry about. Just a little bit OCD in that way, as some of us can be. So just going to lower that down inside there, and I'm going to do the same with this as well. what we can do is move the pivot point, and then what we're going to do is create an array around the outside of the railings, so we get duplicates of this. And we can leave the objects as an instance if we want, because we may want to alter them or their shape and stuff. So you don't want to keep having to make new objects every time. So we'll leave this one editable until we're sort of ready to roll, and we're happy with everything there. So okay, so what we'll do, we'll jump back into the top view, go to F8, okay, like so, and I'm going to move the pivot point to the center here. So I'm going to hit D and then X, so that snaps completely there. And the other thing you want to do is freeze the transforms out, otherwise when we come to create the duplicates and move those around, you're going to get all sorts of funny transformations, and your railing sides could end up sort of 10 meters over here sometimes. So if we go to edit and then modify freeze transforms, okay, you can do it there. I've got a shortcut on my shelf, so I'll just go freeze transforms and everything zeroes out. I'm going to delete the history as well on that one. Okay, so then we want to go to edit, duplicate special, and what we want to do is leave the scale to 1. Number of copies we want are 11, okay, because we've already got the first one there, so I want 12, and then we want to rotate that at 30 degrees. Okay, and hopefully that should be the right amount if I've worked that out right. Okay, and it is, there we go. So 360, which is the actual sort of radius around, and we only want 11 of those, and they'll be placed at 30 degrees each, so we're all good to go there. So that's at an instance, as you can see there as well. So if I make any changes to the first one itself, I'll just show you this. So if I grab that, and then you can see the other ones will move along with it. So if we make any changes to any one of these, hopefully it should follow through to the rest of the objects as well. So that's all good. Okay, so another thing I want to do is create another torus as well, and what we're going to do, we're going to create a smaller one, but this time what we're going to do, we're going to use it as the inside railings down here. So we're going to do that now. So we're going to go to create polygon primitives. We're going to go down to torus once again. Okay, and we'll just pick this guy up and bring him all the way back up. Okay, like so. Open up his attributes. Radius we'll do at 3.5. Okay, and section radius this time we'll drop that right down to 0.015, I think, just to make that extra skinny. Okay, like so. And then what we want to do is just shrink this in ever so slightly, just so it matches inside there. And I'm going to hit 3 on the keyboard just to make sure that that all works properly. And probably the radius the section radius is probably a little bit too big still, so I'm just going to pop that back down to 0.012, so that's a bit more sort of sensible. And just going to move that like so. Okay, and there we go. So I'm going to hit that one, just move that down just a tad, and then hit Control D, and we'll dupe that up, and we'll do that up again, so we've got something that looks similar to that. Okay, so that's all fairly straightforward modelling there. So we're all good to go. So what we'll do, we'll start to name some bits, and obviously freeze the transforms, history, and so on. I'm actually happy with the shape of these. I don't see any reason why I need to modify those anymore. So in a minute, I'm going to combine those and just make that all one object, and then we can go from there. So we're going to call this handrail. Okay, and then we'll grab these 3, delete the history, freeze the transforms, and I'm going to rename these up here. So we're going to call these just railing barrier _1, so we should end up with 3 of those, which we do, as you can see there. And then all we want to do is I'm just going to jump to a side view just to select these guys all in one, like so, and we'll just get rid of that because we don't want that one. Okay, so I'm happy with that. The good thing with an instance object, although it's kind of like an object that's in an editable state, you can actually, once you've got several of them, you can combine them, and they sort of uninstance, they become actual objects themselves. So that's one really cool thing with those as well. So you can combine those, and if you want, you can separate those out, and they'll all be normal. They won't be instanced anymore. So it's always worth knowing. Okay, so we'll call these bars, or actually posts. And that should be done, and then what I'll do is we'll just call up an outliner like so, and where's the railing gone? There it is, and we'll shift select that, group those and call that handrail. Whoops, underscore GRP. So that's all done. Okay, and just delete the history, and we'll optimize the scene as well, just to clear out any of these funky nodes. And there we go, so that's all good. What we'll do now is we'll go to command and show last hidden. My command is just basically a set of commands that I have set up for display purposes. They're all shortcuts that I've created from show selection, show geometry, etc. And I've just made a shortcut of those to go on their own shelf, which is called a command shelf. Okay, I have the same with visibility modes and stuff like that for rendering and all sorts of things. So, but we'll save those for another day. They're not actually for this tutorial. Okay, but if anyone has any requests for any of these, I'll gladly point you in the right direction. So, okay, so what we'll do, we'll need to create a small one, very similar to this, just up here. I could have used the bits and pieces from here, but I don't want to. I'm just going to go through this process once more, but we're not going to be adding everything here. We're just going to be adding a lower one and just the 12 posts as well. So again, modify. Sorry, beg your pardon. We'll go to create polygon primitive, and we'll get a torus. And this time it's going to be a lot smaller, because looking at the reference photos that I have here, it is a great deal smaller, and it's also a lot lower, because obviously it doesn't want to sort of be in the way of the lighthouse beam, because it's got a job to do. So let's open that out, and we'll do the radius at 3 this time, just to get that massive there, and we'll do that at 0.01. So that's probably a bit too small, so I'll do 1.5. Okay, like so, and we'll do this at 2.5. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll hit 3 on the keyboard to smooth that, and we'll just do this by eye on this one, and we'll just jump into a side view just here, like so. Okay, in fact, I'm just going to increase that radius just a little bit. In fact, let's just do it to 2. There we go, that's better. Okay, so that's all done. So I'm just going to delete the history on that. Okay, freeze the transform, center the pivot, job done. And again, I'm going to create a polygon primitive again and cylinder. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll snap that. If we can just grab that poly cylinder, W, and we'll just snap that all the way up so we can see it. There we go. Okay, and one thing we do need to do on these ones is get rid of these end caps as well, which I didn't do. So what we'll do that first on these. Okay, there we go, that's that one done. And again, just going to jump into a top view, just going to get rid of the stuff that we don't need, or hide it rather. So there and there, and that one. Actually, we don't need that one. And just going to hide unselected, like so. And I'm going to jump into my top view. As you can see, I'm now going to move again. So I'm going to hit W and just move this all the way across, like so. And the scale I'm going to drop down to 0.02 for now, and the same there. As well. So that's all good. Let's just double check, and there we are. Okay. In fact, we can drop that down to 1.5, I think, this time. There we go. So that's all good. Okay. So, and now what we'll do, just grab this, move this down, grab this one, and just move this up. As you can see, it's hanging over, so what we need to do is just scale this in ever so slightly. Okay, like so. That should suffice. And we'll just move this one just in there, and just going to frame that up, hit F on the keyboard. Okay, like so. So that should suffice. Okay, so what we need to do now, again, I'm going to hit D and X to center the pivot. I'm just going to move those manually like so. Poly tools, which is my shelf up here. I'm going to freeze the transforms again. Okay, so we're all good to go. Delete a little bit of history. Go to modify, sorry I beg your pardon, edit, duplicate special, open up the menu again. Just double check that we've got the same number or the same values as we had last time for the bigger railing. So, and apply those, and that should all be good. And what we'll do as well, we'll just combine these and just there. Okay, delete the history. Okay, so we'll call these posts underscore small. Okay, and the torus we'll call handrail, even though we're not using it as a handrail, and we'll call that small as well. Okay, group those, Control G. Okay, so we'll call that handrail underscore SM, which is small, and then GRP for group. So that's all done. And then we'll just to get rid of these other nodes, we're going to optimize the scene, and we're done. Okay, and there we go. So that's all ready to go. We're missing one there, so let's go. Okay, so I'm missing a handrail or a post, so what I'll do, I'll undo that, and what we'll do, we'll separate that out. Okay, and I'm going to hit Control D, and on the Y I'm going to hit minus 30, so hopefully, whoops, it should be 30 actually, and we should have another one, so we're all good to go again. And then just hit the up arrow. Okay, and let's just have a look here, delete the history, and we'll call these, let's just double check the amount we've got. And we've got 12 of those as well, which is great. So just going to combine those up, delete the history out of there, call that posts underscore small, and that's done, and there we go. Okay, so that's all good to go. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to move on to the balcony. Okay, what I'd like to do with this is, as I said, you know, we'll get rid of these triangles because I do like to keep all my models with quads and stuff like that, or quad related. And then we'll add a couple of ledges and stuff like that. On the reference object, or the not the reference object, the reference photos, what you'll see on there is that the top part of the balcony, as I'm calling it, sort of fits flush into the actual tower body itself, or the main walls of the tower. And what we'll do is we'll actually manage to cut in an edge loop there, and then later on we'll have a look at joining it up completely so it's all fits nice and flush, and we'll do the same with this big guy down the bottom here as well at some point. So but for now, for this part of the tutorial, what we'll do is we're just going to scale this guy up just ever so slightly. Okay, and what we'll do, we're going to move this in about there. I think we can lower that actually. Let's have a look. No, I think that's fine. In fact, just a tad. In fact, we can squeeze that. I'm just looking at the reference photos here, so I think we're in a good place there where we can basically get rid of these polys on the top there. And also later on, what we'll need to do is add some windows and stuff to this as well. So okay, so let's have a look, and I'm just going to move that down just a little bit more. Okay, think around there should suffice. And also what I'm going to do is just hit object mode and hide those bits, and then here what I'd like to do, let's just deselect that, is straighten these two guys out just here. Okay, so just by using the scale tool, there you go, you should be able to straighten that out straight away, so it's pretty good. Although it's not going to be bang on once you get that back out, so what we need to do is just move that back in on the actual lighthouse itself. So we're all good there. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to grab some edges. So we want this top bunch and the bottom bunch, and we'll just deselect the inner ones as well because we don't really need those. And we're going to do some extruding. Okay, so we're just going to extrude the edges like so. Okay, and hitting G, and going to bring those down and up. Obviously, as you can see, they're working in opposite directions, which is exactly what we want. Okay, then I'll hit G again, just extrude those back, okay, like so, and then we're going to extrude those down and leave those like that. Okay, so you should have something that resembles that. Okay, now what we're going to do is join up the sort of the hole here. So what I'll do is hide the tower now. Okay, delete some history off this guy, otherwise it's just going to bog us down. And the first thing I'm going to use is the bridge tool. I've got a shortcut for mine on my shelf. I do believe if we go to the polygon menu, edit mesh, it's there, bridge. It will default to about, I think it's it's 5 divisions when you first use it. You can use it, one division, upwards, obviously. I usually just leave mine at default because you just never know if you would need extra geometry and stuff like that. So I'm just going to leave mine as is, and then so there you go. You can see the extra divisions there. So all I'll do is get rid of that one, that one, that one, and that one there. Okay, like so, and also we'll join up the bottom one as well, so using the shortcut, okay, like so, and we'll just get rid of that, and then all I'm going to do now is select one edge and fill the hole, okay, like so, and same again for the bottom one. Okay, so you should have something that looks like that. And then all we need to do now is basically make these into quads, and that's a pretty straightforward process. So we're going to grab the middle one and then divide that down the middle, or split that down the middle using the split poly tool. Okay, and we're going to put one there as well. Okay, and then all you need to do is just run this all the way across generally. Actually, let's do it this way. Okay, what I'll do is take that out for now, and I'll show you. We'll get rid of that. Okay, so we'll run it straight across to there. Same there. So we're keeping everything quads, and then when you get to here, this part here, yeah, you can then snap to the actual center of those lines that we've just created, and there you go. So that's all quads now. Okay, okay, and again same for the other side, so just split those all the way across like so. Okay, and then with snapping on in the options for the split poly tool, you can see there, use snapping points along edge. Okay, so you can use that and it will find the middle, and you're good to go. Alright, and that's it, that's all done. Okay, so and now what we want to do is just add some extra loops to this. we may need to sort of tweak these just a little bit later on, but for now what we'll do is I'm going to add some extra edge loops just to keep things sort of solid, because at the moment if I do this they'll look a bit sort of like a toy. So what we'll do is we'll move in under here. Okay, want to keep some sort of roundness going on here just to match what we did with the bottom of the actual light itself in the previous chapter. So we're going to just make these, you know, not too near each other, especially under here. I want to sort of get that roundness going on. Okay, so there and there, and just in here as well. So obviously the more geometry we add, the more we'll have to sort of add up onto the side of the tower maybe later on if we decide to join that up with the balcony. So it's just one of those things you need to think about as well if you're going to do this. Okay, like so, and like so. Okay, so that's all good. Let's just hit 3 on the keyboard, have a look at this, and hopefully we should have something that looks pretty good. And there we go. Okay. Now you may have noticed on the inside there, it's done this. It's added this kind of thing. It's because it's been smooth, so it's pulling out the polys really from the side, or the points from the side there. Good way around that is to do this. Is just go around, make an extra inside edge, like so. Be careful with the snapping as well. I should turn it off really, and which is what I will do now. So there we go. And then just on this edge, just here and here, and just all the way around, just to strengthen that the inside edge there from pulling away. And again, what you can do is put snapping on again. So when you come to do the polys here, it will snap straight to the middle of that edge, like so. Okay, and then just edit that. Okay, and hopefully there we go. Alright, and then all you need to do is just repeat the same thing on the other side. So I'll do that now, and then we'll call it a day on this chapter. And the next one, what we'll do, we'll start looking at windows and stuff like that, just to start adding the extra bits and pieces there too. Okay, so again, just going around near to the edge. Okay, so we're snapping on once again. Oops, let's just get rid of that. We don't want that like that. Well, let's just snap that to there, and that's done. That one there, and that one there. So that's all done as well. Okay, and then grab the move tool, put those into position. You can even use the scale tool just to get those perpendicular there, like so. And that's all done. So what we'll do, let's have a quick look, see where we are. Show all, and we're upside down. There we go. That's better. Just going to hit smooth, and there we go. So these can be edited and pulled back as well, actually, before we actually sign off. So I'm going to do that now. So I'm just going to grab that, hide the unselected stuff, jump into a top view, and just going to grab these edges, sorry, verts just on here. Okay, like so. Let's just have a quick look. So yeah, all we need to do is grab those and move those back, like so. Okay. Hit 3 and have a look at that. So the aim is to try and join this up. Let's have a look at the geometry there of the edges and stuff. So the aim is to get these loops to sort of follow in and around on the rest of the tower. We'll come and have a look at that a bit later on, as I said, because we've still got plenty else to do. But otherwise you could leave it like that. We'll just have to wait and see. Leaving it could be useful, a bit easier to do the UVs and stuff like that. And it's just a case of matching the textures up in the right place as well later on. So if we go show lighting, so as you can see it's starting to take shape a lot better now towards the top. And what we'll do, we'll call it a day there, and in the next section what we'll do, we'll start adding some window detail, and we'll just keep on working all the way down, you know, similar techniques and stuff like that. So thanks for watching, and I'll see you then. Hi, welcome to part 4. The last section we looked at the balcony. We added all the edge loops and stuff like that just to make it look better, and we also did the railings and stuff like that for the rest of the lighthouse. For this chapter, it's really going to be a sort of more of a technical one, a little bit of technical modelling. It is a little bit fiddly what I sort of propose to do. It may not be of everyone's taste, but it's a way of eliminating a lot of geometry because we're going to be creating windows and stuff, and windows are essentially, well, on our model reference here, they are square, and it's a way of creating the square hole on a smoothed object and sort of eliminating the need for lots and lots of edge loops going off everywhere and sort of creating distortion and stuff, especially on a round object like this, which has a, you know, it's got a curved surface and stuff, and you know, it really needs to keep that sort of shape for this particular type of model. So we're going to have a look at that now. I don't want to add tons and tons of geometry, lots of edge loops, just to keep windows looking, you know, looking their best. So I'm proposing to show you a way of creating windows, and then see where you go from there. If you like that kind of method, then you know, feel free to use it. But what we'll do, we'll just concentrate on the one window for this particular part of the tutorial. And then in between the chapters, I'm going to go ahead and pop the rest of them in, because there's no point me going over and over and over the same thing excuse me, for this tutorial. So we'll just show you sort of like the once, and then you can just apply it to the rest of it. So first of all, as I said, we don't want to add too much geometry, but in hindsight what I'd like to do is actually do a one level of smooth to this model. So I'm just going to hit that. I've left it on my defaults. I have a certain bunch of settings that I'd like to keep on, which is this really. So it's exponentially, division levels of 1, smooth UVs, smooth internal, selection borders, and tessellation, and that's all I leave that to. You might want to reset your settings through the edit, and then just redo them to what I'm using if you want, whatever works best for you. Okay, so that's where I'm at with the smooth. So we'll close that off, and as we can see, it's added some geometry here and there, mainly along the sort of areas where we've added the extra loops and stuff like that. I mean, we can go in later on and get rid of those if you like, but for now, for this part of the tutorial, I'm not going to worry about that. It doesn't really bother me. I don't like getting too technical with stuff like modeling, because modeling to me is a creative process, and I think it's good if the modeler is just left to be free and just create as best possible. But sometimes you will run into sort of technical limitations with Maya, and sometimes there's things that you can do or don't want to do to sort of help you along. So this is sort of one of those areas that I thought I'd introduce to you. I haven't seen the technique used very much. I know there are a few people out there that do use it. I did use it quite a lot on one of the big projects that I was on last, and it seemed to work very well. And it saved. And the way I go about things with this particular method is, you know, you can create one object and then extract it from the mesh itself, and then just relay that particular duplicated object over the rest of the mesh without going back into the technical aspects of the modeling. So we're gonna get on with that now and show you. So I'm just moving these loops around just to sort of create a decent size for our windows. I'm just looking at our reference as well that I have here on the other monitor, as I keep repeating in the other chapters as well. I can't really show you because I'm actually looking at another monitor that's plugged in elsewhere. So I'm just moving these around just to give us a bit of a balance with our mesh. So essentially what I'm doing, I'm setting up the edge loops here for the window, and here, this one in particular, if I can grab that guy, this one, there we go. This is going to sort of strengthen the top of the window, and this is going to strengthen the bottom of the window. So I'm just trying to keep these things to an absolute minimum for these surfaces, and then we're going to add extra bits and pieces in a minute. So let me just get into the right view here. I think that should be about there, that one there. So this is where our window is going to be. Okay, so we're going to grab these 4 faces. I can grab that one, just make sure we haven't grabbed one around the back. No, we're okay there, we're good to go. So that's all good. As you can see, we've got all this, as I said, we've got all this extra edge looping and stuff going on. We can get rid of that later on. It's really not important right now. The thing is to get this window put into place and then show you what you can do. Okay, so first of all, what I've done, 4 faces, and then all I'm going to do is hit the extrude, and just going to center that up. And what we're going to do is we're going to scale this in first. Okay, so you get something sort of like that. Okay, so you should be good there. Alright, and then we're going to do another one. Just going to hit G on the keyboard if it's going to work. There we go, and we're going to push this back. Okay, so that's sort of our basis for our window in our object. Now, as you recall, if you've been following on from the very beginning of our tutorial, this is going to be our glass, okay, for our window. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract that just exactly like we did for the Lighthouse glass here at the top. Going to keep it separate, which is what we want to do. And let's just undo that. There we go. So yeah, we're going to keep that all separate. So first of all, I'm just going to hit extract, and then hopefully that should do that. And then just going to delete the history there. And there's our glass, all nice and separate and ready for us to go. So I'm just going to scale that up as well. Just hit center pivot, and we're going to scale that up so we don't have any sort of overlay, if you like, or gaps, I beg your pardon, appearing through there. Okay, so that's all good to go. Okay, so now what we want to do is let's have a look. If we just select this lighthouse tower, if we just hit 3 on our keyboard, and as you can see, this is quite round. And you know, you could leave it like that if you wanted. It's not actually looking too bad, you know. But you know, sometimes there's going to be occasions where you get these things, and you know, you want sharper edges and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is show you a way of doing that without actually adding all these extra edge loops. And I mean, I'll show you the regular type of thing that, you know, that you or I as a modeler would do. You know, you'd put that there, and you'd put that one there, and then, you know, you may want to put another one through there, etc. You know, and it goes on and on with things like this for models, and you end up with all these loops going off all over the place, and sometimes it's really, really not ideal. And you know, if you hit 3 on the keyboard, yeah, it's doing the job, but you know, it's not that great because you've got all this weird geometry just going off everywhere. And let me just turn that wireframe off. You know, so you're adding to places where you really, really don't really need to go. So if we just go back and undo that, so let's just undo everything that we've done there, and that one and that one. So that's all good. Okay, so if we just undo that, okay, and then what we'll do is we'll go on the inside of the window first, I think to about there, which is pretty good. Okay, and then we'll go to about there, and I'm going to pop one in the middle as well, just for good measure. In fact, let's undo that. Something that I do want to do with these windows first. If we're just going to grab the edges on the inside here, okay, and let's just deselect all of those because we don't want those. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll just grab the inside one just here on this ledge. Okay, and what I'd like to do is just raise that up. So if you think about it, if the water comes up, it's not going to sit there on the lighthouse once the you know, hits the wave, hits the face there, if you like. So the water will just run off. So we've got that sort of bit of realism in there on a design sort of point of view as well. So okay, so back to where we were going, and let's just jump in there, and as I said, I'm just going to add an edge loop just in there, one there, and one there, okay, like so. And I'm going to add another one sort of around sort of that kind of area there. Alright, so if we have a look now, let's have another look. So if we hit 3 on our keyboard, still got a bit of roundness, okay, but the edges are getting sharper around here, which is good, and I think that's a good place to keep that for now. So I'm just going to hit 1, and what I might do is just bring that back ever so slightly. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll just use the slide edge tool and just see where we're at. So that's pretty good. I mean, you could leave that like that if you wanted. Okay. And the other thing we could do as well, we could add just loops to strengthen here and here. So let's have a look at that. We may take them out. Let's have a look. So I'm just going to use the scale tool. Just bring that up ever so slightly. And there as well. So again, I'm not too keen on having all this geometry running around everywhere, but sometimes, you know, it's a necessary evil with stuff like that. And if we hit 3 on the keyboard again, you can see that this is slowly starting to sort of square up a bit more. So it's all looking pretty good. Okay. So for now, we'll leave that like that. Okay. So now what I want to show you, as we did very shortly ago, we added those extra loops in that go whizzing off sort of all around the lighthouse and stuff like that. So what I want to show you is a little technique that I've been using for a while, that I used on a lot of vehicles and buildings and stuff like that, in a way just to help eliminate a lot of geometry in the production process, because as I said, the last project I was on, we had loads and loads of digital assets and stuff like that, and we needed a way to keep the sort of the amount of polygons down and stuff and things like that. And so this is one of those techniques that I'm going to show you that we use. So with the split poly tool selected, okay, all you're going to do is start at that corner and create a triangle. Yes, the dreaded triangle for some of us, but in some ways it can be your friend in terms of modeling, especially sort of difficult areas like this. So just going to drop this down into here, and with this technique as well, whoops, didn't apply that properly, so let's just grab that guy and we'll snap him and we'll merge him to that one, so hopefully that's all good now. So we're just going to hide this window, Control H on the keyboard, and we're going to go back to our model up here and just keep wireframe on as well for now. Okay, so yeah, the old triangle there, you know, I know some people are going to sort of cuss and everything else like that, but it's very, very useful in this particular way of modeling as well. Okay, so I'm just going to straighten those up just there, like so. And as you can see already, the mesh is sort of starting to sort of bow just a little bit from that. And we will need to tweak a few things with this. So what I'm going to do is going to add a very similar shape to this side as well. Okay. I know there are a few people out there that do use this technique, but it's a very rare thing to see. While on some of the modelling forums and stuff, you don't see many guys and gals using this. So I thought it'd be good to show another way of doing stuff. So I'm just going to hit R. Whoops, I've got selected another couple of verts there, and we're just going to straighten those guys out as well. I'm just going to move these down just a little bit. Okay. So if we hit 3 on the keyboard now, you can see right there that it's already made a difference in the technique, like so. Okay, so it's already made that look a lot better. You can see you get a little bit of a dink going on just there. That's because of this poly here, and also usually it's to do with this one just here. Now, for those of you who aren't keen on doing triangles and stuff like that, you can do this. Okay, you can do that. I mean, it will leave you with a four-sided face. Not ideal, generally. I do use this again like this, and I have used it recently. But when you smooth it, you will run into some problems. Okay, in this case, it's sort of behaved itself. Okay, so you know, just sort of be aware of what this actual sort of style of modelling can do. As I said, this particular section is just sort of dedicated to this sort of window and how to make it look like this. What you can do as well there, if we just deselect that, we can slide these edges and stuff up like so. You know, so you can, you know, keep this rounding from sort of becoming more on the model. So we'll just grab these edges, and again, just going to slide those straight in there like that. So you can make these a lot narrower as well, depending on how it's all going to behave. So if we hit 3 again on the keyboard, you can see that's all generally being pretty good. So there's no dinks or anything else like that. There's a slight one, you can just about see it happening just there. That's because of this guy. Okay, so what you could do, you could go in, you know, you could have a look at it, and you know, you can pull him around and stuff like that. Or if you really wanted to, you know, you can go back and you can just add that split. If we can get it to do it, there we go. You can add that split back to there, and again, you know, that's actually worse now than what it was a second ago. But that's because I've squeezed the loops up as well. So, you know, it's entirely up to you the way you want to do this. I mean, you know, if I were to squeeze that up and it was having that problem, you know, I'd keep it at the lesser problematic sort of thing. So, and then now what we need to do is just zoom out a little bit. You know, you can see that it's actually going inwards ever so slightly. So you could probably grab that, you know, and just start to move things around just a little bit, and edit those areas until you're completely happy with the way things are sitting there. So that is just that way of modelling. So as you can see, generally that's looking really nice. You know, it's not too bad at all. Once we get everything else put into the scene, you know, we'll be good to go. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to finish off the outer section of this part of the window, and we're going to add in a frame, and then I'll show you what I propose to do for the rest of the windows as well, because I'm not going to go around and keep cutting holes and adding edge loops left, right and centre. So what we're going to do is we're just going to finish these off for this particular chapter. Okay, so about there, somewhere around there I think, and then we'll just take all these and move those to there, like so. Okay, now I'll just move that back down, and what we'll do, we'll just zoom in, grab those edges, scale those. We're just going to move them down just a little bit, okay, to about there, just so everything's the same. Okay, like so, and then I'm going to grab those ones like so. Okay, and that's all good to go. And again, we can grab that edge and we can get rid of that. Okay, and then just hit 3 and just make sure that everything is behaving itself. Okay, and what I'll do, so it's all looking pretty good. Alright, and we'll come down to here, and again we'll do the same thing. So I'm just going to quickly run through this lot. Now you know pretty much how we're going to do this. Okay, so just cut these loops in. The other thing as well, just while I'm doing this, you could put it to there, you could end it there, but the problem is it will sort of turn in on itself if you do it there. I've tried and tested this in several different ways on that to try and eliminate any sort of pinching or sort of backlash on a polygon while it's being smoothed. But if you're using the smooth preview, this point here will actually ping up that way if you use this type of technique on this type of modeling. So just be aware of that. So the thing to make sure is that the surface has got plenty of room, and also it's as flat as you can get it as well for that particular sort of area. So that's another reason why I did extrude this inwards with this much space around the actual sort of window frame, if you like. So we do get that sort of nicer sort of finish. So it's just something to be aware of as well. So let's just finish this off. So yeah, do be aware of that. Okay, and there and there. The more room obviously you can give it to keep it smooth, then the better. But with this technique, you know, we're only doing it once, and then what we're going to do is sort of duplicate this area and go around the rest of the lighthouse and add all of these windows and stuff to it in various other places. So we're all good there. Right, okay, so with that done, okay, let's just delete that. That's all good. Probably will need a tweak here and there, I think, but I think generally if we just hit 3, that's all looking pretty good. I can't really see many dinks going on there at all, so I'm happy with that. That's kind of a nice way to do this. So as you can see, and the geometry is all nice and clean. So even though I'm not a fan of adding too many loops here and there, I do like to keep my geometry as simple as possible. But obviously it's at an optimal now, so that's all working really well. So that's all good. Okay, so what we want to do is add some window frames now. So I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard just to bring it all back. Okay, so I'm going to go and grab a polyplane, if I can grab one. And there we go. And I'm just going to grab that and bring that up. And there it is. Okay, like so. And let's go to its attributes, open that out. Okay, what we're going to do is just going to hit 1. Okay, like so. For the actual window frame itself, I'm not going to use the smooth preview for this. There's really no need to. I just don't want to do it for this. And what I'm going to do is we're just going to sort of grab this and just sort of rough out a window frame. Okay, like so. And then what we'll do is we'll hit G, and we're just going to add some nice sort of little, whoops, what's going on there? Let's just delete that, get rid of that, that's better. Okay, so let me just grab those. I think I hit the extrude twice on that, so my bad. Okay, so I'm just going to get rid of these for a minute. And just going to select the inside edges like so. Okay, and I'm going to hit extrude. Okay, like this. I'm just going to bring that in, and I'm going to scale it as well, just so we get a slight sort of bevel on the window frame itself. Okay, like so. And I'm going to hit G. Bring that back. There we go. And I think what we'll do, just for there, in fact what we'll do, we'll give it another bevel just slightly there. Okay, and then we'll just extrude that straight back in like so. And just to finish that off, I'm just going to bevel it again, but to the inside this time, just so it doesn't finish on that sharp edge. Okay, like so. So that's all pretty good. Okay, and then I'm going to hit E. I'm going to rotate that round like so. Okay, just center that up with the rest of our window. And then what we'll do is we need to see wireframe, so there we go, that's all good. And then it's just a case of grabbing this guy and fitting it into our window space. So again, just going to position this like so. I'm going to grab some verts. Okay. Sort of eyeball that for a minute, and then we'll just hire this up. Okay. So that's all good. There we go. And then one more thing, what we need to do is just going to grab a cube. Okay, bring that up like so. Going to hit R, scale this. This is going to be the actual frame sort of in the middle now for the glass. Okay, there we go. And just going to move this forward. And we're going to delete the back face because we don't need that. Okay, and also what we can do is grab the top face and the bottom face, get rid of those, and we'll do an extrude on this. Just bring that forward and scale that in. There we go, like so. Just so we've got a little bit of extra geo there, just for the light to sort of catch off there, any sort of specular that may be needed when it comes to the rendering part of this. Okay, and we'll just squeeze that ever so slightly. Going to hit the move and move that back into our lighthouse there. That's pretty good. Good. Okay, and just going to delete some history. Okay, we can get rid of the history there. Good. So that's all done. It's not going to be double glazed. So we're going to do the old-fashioned style of window. We just hit Control D, and then we'll rotate this round like so. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just going to lower that to about there as well, and we'll just bring that slightly forward. Okay, and squeeze that back in. Okay, and we are pretty good to go. So, and we'll thicken that one just a bit as well. In fact, I'll bring that completely forward. Okay, just so it all matches up nicely. Okay, let's just bring that up just a little bit more. Okay, so that's one of those type of slidey windows. And there we go. Okay, so that's good, and then we'll go to Show Light Hidden, which is our glass. So what we'll do, we'll name this now, and we'll hit Freeze Transforms, and we'll call this Window Pane, actually. Whoops. Caps lock on there. So window pane. Okay, and we'll call this window underscore frame mid underscore 1, so we should end up with 2 of those, and then window frame underscore main. There we go. Okay, so that's all good, and then we want to delete the history, freeze the transform, center the pivots on these. Okay, so that's all good, and the same with the glass. I'll just double check all that. So that's all good. So there's our first window gone in there. So for the rest of the windows, what I would suggest, and it's exactly what I'm going to do for this rest of the lighthouse itself, is I'm going to grab all of these faces just here. Okay, in fact I'll grab those two there and those two there as well. Let's just double check we haven't selected everything else, which we have. Okay, so, and what I would do really is extract these out. Let's just double check we haven't got anything else, so we're all good there. Okay, so what I would do is extract those like so, delete your history, get rid of that, and then with that selected and these guys selected as well, I would now group those together. Okay, so Control G to group that. Okay, and then I would duplicate that and center pivot, and then you can move those around, okay, like so, and then get those windows into position, and then, you know, basically cut the hole back out and then stitch that all back in. So I'm just going to show you that. So this is a window that we've already done, for example, so we've already cut that out. We want to reposition this, so we want to select that and combine those two together, delete the history. I'm just going to show the border edges just to see where we've stitched it back together, and we're going to merge the verts all back in now. Okay, so those two, they're done, and those are done. Those are. I'm just hitting the G key, going around, and it's all done. So there we go. So that's that window all done now. And it's just a case of going around, duplicating this window in a few places. So again, look at your reference, see where they all are. And also we can add the windows to this using the same sort of technique as well. So we can end that chapter there, and hopefully part 4 we'll see you then. And yeah, we'll carry on as normal, and we'll get on down to the bottom part of the lighthouse just down here, and we'll head on down here as well and see where we go. Generally we'll probably use the same sort of window technique down here. We'll probably squeeze these up, duplicate a few of these off, and just run those around, and we'll use the open this out a little bit as well and add a few aerials and sort of little antenna and stuff like that as well for the lighthouse itself. So yep, this is part 4. I shall see you in part 5, so cheers for now. Okay, welcome to part 5. In the last section, what we did, we had a look at the windows and stuff like that, how to place these in with sort of minimal geometry. As you can see, I've gone around the whole of the model, well, on the main tower, since the last chapter, and I've put in the rest of the windows. Although we've also added these extra loops as well. For some of you may be freaking out at the amount of polys that are sitting there, but it's actually not that many. It's about 11,000 I think overall that we have now in our scene. So yeah, it's 11,000, and yeah, so it's not too bad. What we can do towards the end of the tutorial, before we get going on textures and stuff, we can go in and optimize some of the model and get rid of some of these loops. Also, you may notice there that this one comes down a little bit. I wanted to keep this sort of fairly flush along here with the bottom of this window, and I didn't want to sort of have any funky geometry and stuff going on, so I've tried to sort of keep it all true to the reference itself as well, and I think that's really the only exception in terms of sort of uneven geometry so far for this model. But if we have a look at it, if we just hit 3 on the keyboard, and we just have a look at that, and we just take off the wire. As you can see, it's not done any harm whatsoever. It's just by moving the verts downwards really to accommodate for the spacing of that geometry, so it's not too bad. So I'm just going to hit 1 just to keep things a bit lighter for us while we're doing this tutorial. So for this particular chapter, what we're going to be doing is going to have a look at this and this, the foundation and the sort of the lower half of the base of the building. We're just going to sort of tidy those up and give them a bit of shape and add a bit of geometry and stuff for when we want to add the windows to that as well. Also, as you can see, I've gone in and I've done the balcony as well, and we've added 3 windows to that. Again, everything using the same method that I did on the tower. So once you've managed that one, you should be pretty good to go with the rest of those, and you shouldn't have any problems. Okay, so for this particular chapter, let's crack on, and let's delete all those tries on the top of there, and I'm going to grab the edge there, and I'm just going to use the fill hole tool as I have a shortcut on the shelf there, and we're going to grab the face, and we're going to add a little bit of width to this part of the model. Whoops. And so as a sort of, if you can imagine a sort of a couple of bricks width going across there, so I think let's make it a little bit thicker just for the argument's sake. Okay, about there's good. Okay, and then again we're going to hit G and we're going to extrude that down and in like so. So we've got this kind of balcony kind of lip thing going on, so I think that's pretty good. Okay, we can always lower that at a later time if need be. So yep, that's good to go. What we need to do now, as you can see, you know, that's one giant polygon with probably about 24 sides to it, which we don't want. So what we'll do, we'll join those up, but before we do, we're going to hit G on the extrude again, and just going to scale that in ever so slightly, about there. Okay, so it helps us with the edge loops here, so once we can add some extra geometry to stop the smoothing going a bit haywire. Okay, so that's all good. I'm just going to get rid of some history and go to my command shelf and hide the unselected objects. Okay, so we're good to go there. In a sort of top view here in perspective, I'm going to go to my poly tool shelf. I'm going to select the split polygon tool. Okay, and what we're going to do, we're going to make sure we've got snapping points along edges switched on. Okay, and I'm just going to go there, right click and make a cut. Now some of you will be using Maya 2012, and I do know there are issues with the interactive split polygon tool, but what I do know is that you can right click in your interface here, and there should be a split menu that you can go and access the traditional split poly tool, and if you know your mel and stuff like that, you can type in split polygon tool along there and put a shortcut on your shelf, and you should be good to go. And it will save you using the interactive split poly tool, which is can be a bit problematic at the moment. So anyway, let's carry on. So with that set to center, okay, so you can see there that that's snapping, so we're going to right click to insert that, and again I'm just going to miss out one edge there because we want to keep it four-sided, so that's all good, and I'm going to miss that one out and head on down to here. This one's three-sided, but if we go right round first, do every other one, and then what we'll do, we'll get rid of that one before we move along. So again, and another one, and another one, and there. Okay, so that's all good, and all we need to do now is grab that one and that one as well, and just delete those, and as you can see, four sides all the way around. Okay, so that's now pretty clean. Okay, that's good. So if we hit smooth now, as you can see, you know, it's not doing too bad a job, but what we need to do is add some extra edge loops just to strengthen that form and bring it back to where we need it. So we're just going to jump on the inside here, we're going to add another one there, okay, and another one just in here, one towards the top, and we're going to add two to the top on the corners, okay, and we'll add another one there. So with that all done, let's have a look at that. So there we go, that's what we get. So as you can see, with that loop still selected there, you can see it's jumped from being up here on the actual edge on the side of the walls here, and it's come down, and that's just purely through the smoothing algorithm coming into play there as we hit the 3 on the keyboard. So I'm just going to go back to 1, and we're going to add another loop like so. Okay, and I'm going to add another one just below that, so that we're going to start sort of blocking out sort of this sort of area as well for extra windows to be added into as well. But by doing this as well, if we hit 3, you can see that the geometry doesn't jump down as much, and I'm just going to add an extra one just in there, okay, just for good measure. And we're going to leave these like this for now, and I'm going to leave a space sort of just around there as well, okay, and also this area here around here is going to support some more windows a little bit later on. So that's all pretty good to go there. Okay, cool. So if we go to Command and do Show Light Hidden, again, this is my command shelf. All I've done is create shortcuts from the Hide and Show menus there and just pop them on there, so I don't have to keep going to the menus or worrying about keyboard shortcuts. They're just right there in front of me, so that's just the way I prefer to work. Okay, so that's all done. What we can do now is move down to this section here. The windows, again, as I've said before, I'll do those in between the end of this chapter and the beginning of the next chapter, so they're all ready to go. And all I'm going to do is use this spare window that I've got here and scale it around a little bit, probably squash it a bit, give it a different shape as it is on our reference model, or our reference photographs, beg your pardon. And hopefully that should all look pretty good next time round. Okay, so what we want to do is just get rid of that selection. There's a bit of a bug there in Maya. It's sort of carried through from the last few releases. If you select edges or something and you can't get rid of them, go to your edge mode and just select the whole model and just deselect it outside the area, and hopefully that should clear that selection problem. Okay, so let's go down to here. Now this part has a few slopes and things like that, and there is a sort of set of steps that does come off it and go onto this rock. We will do the rocks in probably the following chapter from this, with a bit of luck, depending on how we get on. And what we'll do, we'll add some steps in for those to rest on. The steps only actually sort of end here, so I take it when the sea's risen around the lighthouse that the boat can be accessible from this sort of height at the rocks, but generally the sea level is sort of down here somewhere. Okay, so let's jump in and do this one. So we're just going to go and hide unselected. Okay, and I'm just going to grab those faces there, and what we're going to do first is just going to bring back our lighthouse. And I'm just going to bring these up ever so slightly, like so. Okay, in fact let's just drop those just a little bit. Now what we want to do, there's a sort of a wall sort of effect that comes down here, so I'm just going to grab those points just there. I'm not too concerned about this side as much, but because it's mainly on this side that it actually does it. So what we'll do, we'll grab that. I'm just going to rotate that like so, and we'll bring that down to about there. I think that's pretty good. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll shape this manually like so, because this is where the steps will sort of come round from here and then onto there, so we'll pop those in later on. Okay, so let's just rough this up a little bit. Okay, so that should do that for now. Let's just sort of rough this up on this side as well. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's just drop that down. Oh, there we go. Okay, so if we go F8 and let's just make sure where we are. Okay, and hide unselected, and just going to grab that edge there and its opposite edge. I believe it should be that one. Okay, and I'm just going to use the bridge tool. I've got a shortcut on my shelf, and it's that one there. Whoops. Let's just grab that and do that again, and that's not working too well. In fact, that's my grow selection. I do beg your pardon. It's that one there, which is my bridge, which is good. And you can get your bridge tool from up here as well, under the edit mesh menu, for those of you that want to do it that way. My bad there, forgetting my icons. So let's just leave that there, and we'll get rid of those as well, so we don't need those. And now what we can do, just select one edge, fill a hole, and again fill hole. Okay, and then using the split poly tool, we're just going to jump in there, and we're going to add, whoops, add some loops, get those going across, keeping everything four-sided. Okay, like so, keeping it clean as well. And then with snapping still on, we can now head straight down the middle and pop that in like so. Okay, everything's four-sided. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and same again. And we'll get rid of the history on that. And what we need to do is grab these faces like so, and we're going to do an extrude to give us a bit of an edge. Let's do that again. There we go, that's better. Like so. And then what we'll do is we will add extra edge loop just in there. Okay, like so. Okay, so that should be pretty good to go. So if we hit 3, that's all looking fairly good there as well. So let's go back to 1 and let's see how we get on if we add. Let's have a look at this. Okay, so we want to add some stairs now, just here. So if we go Command, Show Loss Hidden, I'm actually going to add an extrusion here that's going to come out, and let's just add a loop to about there, I think, and then we can do that one there as well. And what we're going to do, we're not going to model the entire thing, because I want to do a fair bit of this in ZBrush as well, to rough it all up and stuff. Actually, looking at this, it's more of a slope that actually comes out of this, and, probably with a couple of little steps on there, so that's working out quite well. So what we'll do is we'll just raise that up just a little bit more, like so, and what we'll do is we'll grab this and this. In fact, we'll grab some verts and just push these downwards and just rough it up just a little bit, like so. That's not looking too bad. Okay, and let's just push that down a bit as well, and also that one. I think that's pretty good. Okay, what we can do is grab that, I think that one as well, and all we're going to do is just extrude this out at the side like so. And now what we can do is grab these verts on here and just pull those away just for a minute, and down, let's get rid of those, and then what we can do is start to shape these up like so. Okay, I want to keep this in a sort of a rough, sort of corroded sort of style, and looking at that, that actually comes in a little bit, just there, and then back a bit. Okay, and then what we can do is actually pull that down a bit more, because that's the slope from there. And then what we'll do in ZBrush a bit later on is we'll add the steps on that little section just there, so that's all good. And then let's just have a quick look there, let's just drop that, in fact let's raise that up, so it's not too bad, good. And then I think what we can do, let's actually hide this stuff, and what I'm going to do is extrude this out as well, because looking at the base of that, it does actually extend a little bit more on the reference, which is okay by me. And let's just grab that, and then there's a hole just in here which will pop in very shortly. Okay, so let's get rid of that one, and that one there, which is the one I want, and we'll get rid of that guy there as well. Okay, and we'll just go in and pull these things around. Okay, merge those up, and we'll just grab these. And same with these as well. Okay, so that should suffice there, and we'll just merge that up and get rid of the faces on the bottom there, because we don't need those, which is all good. Okay, so what we can do is just start to sort of bring this stuff down, just to level it off just a little bit more. That's better. It's going to allow us to sort of get a bit more of a uniform shape as well, because once we go into ZBrush we'll subdivide it and everything as well, and we don't want sort of that almost adaptive sort of look going on where you've got more polys in one area than you have in another. So we'll try and keep it all nicely spaced out as well, because I want to add a few little dinks and stuff like that in the rocks. So obviously we can't do everything that way, but that will have to suffice there. Okay, like so. And then what I'd like to do, if I can grab this one, I'm going to make an extrusion. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to push it over to this side, and we're just going to move it around a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to hit G and go back in like so. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to add another loop there and another loop just in there as well, and we're going to get rid of this one, and we're going to extrude or extend these down, just move that down like so, and we're just going to mess this up just a little bit, just to get it a bit more rock-like. Okay, just like this sort of corroded sort of hole in the wall here. And what we'll do, let's get rid of that face as well, we don't need that one. So we'll try and get this looking as organic as possible in Maya before we actually get over to ZBrush later on. So let's just get that all looking pretty cool. That's better. Okay. Well, there we go. So I'll just round that out. And what we can do as well, there's a neat little trick that I'm sure most of you know already. If we just do average verts, and that will sort of spread things out a little bit for us as well. And I'm just going to move those back and just spread them out just a little bit more. Okay, there we go. So it's all looking pretty good. And what we can do as well is if we add another set of polys just there, or another loop through the middle, and again we can just sort of round it out as it heads into the corner there, so it's not too bad at all. And it's up to you if you want to sort of get other references for rocks and stuff. I'm just sort of going by pretty much what we've got here on our Lighthouse images. So let's get that just to there, like so, and there we go. So that's all looking pretty good. Let's just bump this around a bit. We haven't got any reference for this back part of this, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to sort of make it smoothed out a little bit as if it's been worn away by the sea. There we go. So it's all starting to take a bit more shape now. Oops, there we go. Nearly lost that selection there. And then what we can do, we can add some railings and banisters or whatever a little bit later on. And let's just grab that, just get smoothing sort of on there as well, just to rough that out. It's all looking pretty good. Oops. And what I want to do as well, I just want to cut in a couple of sort of dinks and stuff as well. So if we just nip in, make that four-sided, and we can just push that in like so. And you can subdivide this as much as you want to, and go around and do something very, very similar if need be. I'm just going to put in a couple more of those in that kind of way, and then we're going to call it a day on this particular chapter, because we need to get some windows and stuff in. For the next one, and then what we'll do, we'll move on to the rock area as well, and also not forgetting the small sort of antennae bits and pieces for the lighthouse itself. Okay, so we're going to add on here, and then we'll put another one there. Okay, like so. Although we're probably going to cover that up with rock, but it's going to be there if we need it. So that's all good. And then we can just have a look at that. That's all good. And let's just pull this about just a little bit. Again, areas like that you can just go in if you want to. Again, mesh, average verts, just to get it a bit more organic looking. It's always a good way to sort of spread this stuff out, you know. But I want to try and keep a fairly sharp edge there, so we'll try not to destroy the form too much, but at the same time try and make it look a little bit more rugged as well. So let's go and have a look. Show light hidden. So that's how we're looking. That's all pretty good. And I think what we can do as well, oops, dropping my mouse there, what we can do is if we lower this ever so slightly, and we grab those guys as well, and that's better, and we'll just pull that out to the side a little bit more. And there we go. So then all of this stuff here we can build up a little bit later on. So for now we're going to call it a day on that chapter. What we're going to do, we're just going to extend the base of that into this. There we go. So now we've got that nice sort of little walkway going on down there, and we can start to add some little bits of details, I think, in the next chapter, before we do actually move on to the rocks and stuff. What we'll do, we'll add another sort of balcony sort of area around here with a few little aerials and stuff, and we'll add some barrels and boxes and everything else. What I'll do in between now and the next chapter is I'll add the windows in there as well, of course, as we've already mentioned, and hopefully we should be starting to see a bit more sort of a lighthouse environment going on, and we'll be on our way. So I'll still see you in chapter 6. Okay, welcome to part 6. In the last chapter we went over the lower half of the building and also the foundation as well, and in between the last chapter as well and this one I've put in the windows for this part of the building using the same method that I used on the tower in the previous chapter. For this chapter what we're going to be doing is we're going to add another railing to the top of this part of the building with a few of the posts as well. Then we're going to add some barrels and a few crates as well, just sort of scattered around, just around the top here, just for sort of supplies and stuff like that. And also we'll add a couple of aerials as well, communication aerials. So we're going to get cracking now. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to create a polygon torus, okay, like so, and I'm just going to bring up the move tool, and I'm going to hit the V key, beg your pardon, not Control V, the V key, and I'm going to snap that to the center point of our building there, and I'm going to drop the radius, the section radius that is, and I'm going to do that to 0.8, just 0.08. So there we go for now, and I'm going to press the R key to bring up the scale tool, and we're just going to raise this up. So as you can see, I've added a very low resolution sort of effort of a polygon figure, just so we can get an idea on the height of this railing as to where his hips are, and sort of so we can adjust it so it fits quite well. So I think there is good enough for this part of the exercise. So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to increase the subdivisions just a little bit to about there. Okay, so that's 31, let's make that equals, let's go 32, so that's good. And then I'm going to decrease the actual height in the subdivisions, so we've got less going round, so I'm just going to decrease that to, let's leave that on 12, that's good enough. And if we hit 3 on the keyboard to make it nice and smooth, and I'm just going to enlarge that just a little bit more to about there. Okay, so we'll leave that there, and that bit's actually done. So what we're going to do is call that railing underscore lower. Okay, and I'm going to freeze the transformations, delete the history, and center the pivot point. Okay, so we're all good to go there. Now what we need to do now is create a poly cylinder. So we're going to pop one there, and again with the move tool I'm going to snap that to the center point there, just to bring it into position for us so it's easier to get to. And I'm going to cut off the cap, top and bottom, in face mode, and that's done. Okay, and what we need to do is place this into position sort of just around here, and then we're going to work out an array that's going to go right round the actual circumference of the top of this building here, just on this ledge. And I want to do about 20 pieces, and I'm going to be using well, we need to find out the space that we need to use, and what we'll do, we'll use the duplicate special menu set for that. So I'm just going to delete the history on this, and we're going to scale it down. So if we bring this into position, just after we finish scaling this up a bit and back down, okay, and we'll just pop this over here, okay, around there, lower this down, and I'm just going to snap that to a point where it's going to be easiest for me to grab. There we go, that's good enough. And again, I'm going to scale that down to about there, and we're going to move it up into position there, and we're just going to pop this just there, and I think that's good enough there. In fact, let's move it over just a little bit, just so it's in line here, so we're all good. Okay, so I'm just going to move that, just make sure we're all okay, and we'll pop that there. And then what we'll do, I'm just going to grab the verts on the bottom of that, hit F just to zoom in, okay, and then we're going to right click on the object, select the lower edges like so, and we're going to extrude that out. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then we'll do another one with the G key, and just move that down just so we've got a base on the post itself like so. Okay, so that's pretty much it for that. So I'm just going to hit F8, go back to object mode and delete the history, and I'm going to insert a couple of edge loops. If it's going to work, no, I need to reset that, my bad. So let's do that there like so, and that just needs clearing. Let's do that. Okay, and we can move back in. So it's already added those loops, so I'll take those out for a second. Let's do these a couple at a time. Okay, so we've reset the tool, so we just go back in. Okay, one there, there, and there. Okay, and also with the insert edge loop tool, what you can do, if you just hit the radio button for multiple edge loops, and then it gives you a figure, you can put in 1, 2, 3 and upwards. So we're going to just use the standard default of 2 like so, and we're all done. So back to F8, history, get rid of that, and then what we need to do now is bring up the rotate tool, and we're going to center that pivot using D and then V, and snap that to the center of the building once again, and we're going to freeze the transforms out on this particular object. Okay, and then what we need to do is see how far around we need to go. Okay, so to about there. That's 288. So we want 20 of those objects to be repeated around this. So it's going to be a case of 20 divided by 288 should give us a value of 14.4. Okay, so I'm just going to zero this back out like so, and I'm going to just pop in those values. I think I've already got them in there because I do like to test things out before I do actually introduce them into each chapter of a tutorial. So I'm just going to open this out. As you can see, I've already got my values in there, which is all good to go. So the 14.4 will go into the rotate, so that's going to give us a 14.4 space, or angle if you like, between each post, and the number of copies we want is 20. So I'm going to hit duplicate special, and that should go all the way around and finish exactly where we need it to go. So that's all good. So a bit of pre-planning on my part there, just to make sure it all goes right for the tutorial itself. But it's always worth working it out a couple of times just for yourself, because sometimes it can go a little bit amiss. And the other thing to be aware of is if you don't freeze the transformation on the object and then center it up, it's not going to work properly either. So it's just something to be aware of. So it's always good to do double check anyway of these things before you go ahead and do it. Okay, so that's all done. So what we need to do is edit this top railing now, and because it's going through the wall of the tower. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut it off just here. Okay, so I'm just going to grab that. I'm going to grab that one just so we know where we are, and I'm going to grab the other one on this side like so, and I'm going to go Command hide unselected objects. I'm going to go to face mode. I'm going to grab these faces there and hit backspace to delete those, and then I'm going to go in. Let's just make sure we're on our base object, and I'm going to hit the poly tools, select the edges, and then all I'm going to do is fill the hole. Right click, grab that face and extrude that in, just so we've got a slight extra edge, so when it smooths it doesn't go all funky, keeps the edge nice and sharp. And we're going to add another edge loop, and again this time I'm going to reset the tool, and we're just going to slide that one up nice and snug to the side there. Okay, and I'm going to add just an extra one as well, just for good measure. And then I'm going to nip over to the split poly tool. I'm going to make sure snapping is on, which it already was, and what we're going to do is we're going to pop in a few extra edges. Okay, these are going to be kept four-sided, and there, and then there, and by mistake I went across there, so what I'm going to do is just hit that and that one and delete those, so we're left with four sides in the middle of our cylinder there. So look, 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on all the way around. So we're going to repeat the process on the cap for the other side. Just going to hit F, zoom in there, grab an edge and fill the hole, grab the face, and again extrude that in like so. Okay, and then what we'll do again is we'll cut that into place like so, and I've got snapping on, so it should snap to the center like so. Same with this one, same with this one, and there as well. So that's all good, and I'm going to add the same two edge loops like so, and another one sort of around there. That should keep that nice and happy, and that's all good. So delete the history, and what we need to do as well is rename these guys and all its brothers and sisters that have gone all the way around. So show last hidden, okay, and I'm just going to grab these guys. So I'm going to go to the outliner, and just grab these accordingly. Okay, like so. And what you can do, you can go up here and rename, and we'll call it railing underscore post underscore 1. Hit enter, and that should rename all of those all the way down through the list for you like that. So quick and easy way to rename stuff up there. Okay, so that's all done. So there's our railing and also the posts, and just going to hit 3 on the keyboard just to smooth that guy off, and that's all good. So the next thing we're going to move on to is a little bit of detailing. So I think first of all what I'm going to do is create a polycube. Okay, and I'm just going to move that across over here. Okay, and I'm going to then create a polygon cylinder, which again I'm just going to bring over to the side here as well. In fact, I'm going to duplicate that twice, so let's pop that one over there, and we'll do another one as well. So we're going to use these a couple of times more. Okay, so let's start on the cube first. So I'm just going to bomb down here like so, and we're going to create a crate, basically, sort of like a wooden box with some sort of framework going around the middle. I've got some reference here that I've obtained from the good old Google, and we're going to sort of do a quick sort of mock-up of what I'm looking at here. So again, I can't show you because it's on another machine, just like the rest of the reference I have at the moment for this particular exercise, but I can assure you it's exactly what it looks like. So I'm going to nip in there, going to go to my polytool shelf, and I'm going to add a couple of edge loops. So in fact I'm going to do 4, like so, and I'm just going to move the middle ones up a bit more like that. And what I'm not doing is doing this equally, because the reference itself, because it's all made out of this sort of wood, well, the wood material, none of it's actually straight, so, or none of it's even. It's just a sort of a rough sort of looking crate itself. So what we're going to do then is grab the faces on these parts here around the middle that we've just cut in, and we're just going to extrude those, okay, like so. And there is a very, very simple crate. You could leave it like this. You may want to take it into ZBrush and sort of paint up some deformations and stuff like that. Do what you do, and then add normal maps or displacement maps to it. You could quite easily do that, but for this exercise we're not actually going to be touching ZBrush and stuff like that for now. So we're going to add in some edge loops and stuff like that to get us going. Whoops, let's reset that. Keep forgetting to reset this every time I use it. So there we go. So we're just going to pop a few of these guys in. Okay. So we'll do these first. There and there. Okay. And then what we'll do is we'll go around on the actual main edges, like so. Okay. And we'll do the same this side, and we should be pretty much good to go there. And then all we need to do is add some inside loops on these parts as well. Okay, so I'm just going to go around, do this, and there we go. Now I'll just do the other end. Okay. And oops, don't want that one. Want that one there. Okay. And this one here. And we're done on those parts there. Just going to hit F8, jump back into my object mode, delete the history. Okay, and what we're going to do now is going to add a couple more divisions. I'm going to add one down here, one there. I'm not worried about the spacing, again I'm really not overly concerned. And what we'll do, we'll add one there, one there, one around the middle there, and this time I will put the multiple edge loops on. Just get two going down the middle there, and we'll just scale those apart like so. Now the reason I've done it like this is so now what we can do, we can deform the box a little bit so it doesn't look too sort of CG looking, so it's got more of a warped wood sort of look to it. So it's always something worth bearing in mind when you're making these types of things, is to sort of give them a bit of random and rough them up a bit. Okay, so I'm just going to go around this crate and we're just going to sort of damage it up a little bit. Okay, like so. And then I think actually that one's gone down too far. So let's do this here. And just give these a bit of a tweak, just around there. Now what I'm going to do as well is I'm going to grab this one and just push it up ever so slightly, like it's one of those old sort of wonky tables that you may have had in the past, where you stick a bit of paper under the leg to stop it rocking. So I'm just sort of trying to give it that kind of effect as well. So let's just pull these verts around as well, and there we go. So that's I think that's good to go on that one. Let's just do that there like so. Let's just do a little bit on the end. And there we go. So that's kind of randomise the box just a little bit. I'm just going to bring this up just a little bit more. And we're pretty good to go. So that's that done. Let's just grab that and just tilt that forward a little bit. And there we go. So that's the first of our crates done. The next one is going to be a barrel, which is going to be this one here. Ideally I'd like to get these two objects up to our guy up here in the balcony, but first of all let's get these made up and then we'll scale them down accordingly after. So let's stretch this guy out a little bit more. I think about there should suffice. In fact, before we do that, let's go to the channel box, hit F8, and call out the attributes, and let's do the subdivision height. I think that should be adequate if we just do 4, and then what we can do is start to scale stuff in and out and up and down and all that kind of thing, just so we get a sort of a barrel shape like so. And then all we need to do is the center one like that. So that's all good. And then all I'm going to do is delete the bottom faces and also the top faces, and we're going to add sort of the metal edge rings that go around, and let's do that there. That's all fine. Okay, so we're going to fill the hole like so, grab the face, okay, hit extrude, and just bring that up just a little bit like so. Let's just rotate the camera upside down, there we go, and I'm going to hit G, scale this in just a little bit more, like so, hit G again, and just bring that back in on itself like that. Okay, so that's all done. Okay, and we'll just check the top. Yep, that's all fine. Okay, so what we need to do now is grab our split poly tool. Okay, and we're just going to go through the center. Actually, I think I'm in the wrong part. There we go, that's better. So from there to there, and then again, as we did earlier, making sure that our snapping is on. There we go, right there, and just join every other one up to the center. In fact, what we do need to do is do one extrude inwards, which would help. It would actually benefit it in the long run once we hit smooth as well, which I'll show you once we've done it. So that's that one. Other end is done as well. So now what we want to do is now join them up. Okay. And so we'll do from there to there, and then, oops, I want to go from that one to that one. So again, every other one. Do that there. Okay, so just keep going around every other one and you should be done. So there we go, and we'll do the same with the other end. Like so. And there we go. So just grab that on there, and that's done. There's that part of the barrel. Okay, so what we want to do, delete some history, just get rid of that. And then what we need to do is, with the insert edge loop tool, reset that tool itself, and then just start adding some edge loops in on these parts here as well. Okay, like so. Okay, and then we'll do the same with this one at this end, and there we go. So that's all good, and there, and there. So that's all done as well. So we're good there. Okay, so if we just quickly come out into our object mode, let's just deselect those edges. And if we hit 3, let's have a look. There we go, and same with the crate there. Let's just hit 3 on that, and let's just turn wire off just so we can see what we're looking at. So there we go, all good to go there. You could actually make this out of these strips. You could separate those and then just do some extrusions if you wanted to for that, but we've done it the easy way for this particular tutorial. So what I'm going to do now is going to grab those two objects, and I'm going to bring these up all the way up here, like so. Let's just zoom in on those, and what we need to do is delete the history, and we'll rename this to barrel underscore 01, like so, and we'll get rid of the history on that, and we'll rename this crate underscore 01, okay, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll start off with the crate itself, and we'll just start to scale things down. And pop these next to our guy. On the top here. Okay, I'm just going to scale that up just a little bit more. Make it a bit more convincing. Okay. So just throw 3 of these around. I'll just duplicate that. Rotate this around. Let's just zoom down. And what you can do as well is we'll rotate this. Whoops. Okay, like so, just so it randomizes the way it looks, and also what we'll do is just give that a little bit of a twist, like so. And we'll just move these around as well. Just going to dupe those one more time. Okay, about there. Now I'm just going to tilt those just a little bit. And let's get those into place just around here. Okay, like so. Let's just scatter that about just there. Okay, so then what we'll do is we'll Control D, and we'll get some of these and put them just down here. So I'm just going to zoom in. And this should start to give us a more sort of realistic environment now with these sort of details going in. And I'm just going to rotate this around a little bit. We're just going to stack a few up against this wall just here. So let's grab those there. And just going to bring some up here. Okay, and I'm just going to duplicate these up, and again just rotate those around. Okay, like so. And just move that. Okay, and we'll do another version, and this time we'll rotate that around the Y. Like so. So as you can see, things like that start to add to the detail of any environment, really. I mean, if those of you that play games regularly, you know, you can go around all these environments, these cool scenes that a lot of these games do now, and you can see all this kind of detail just sort of sit in there. And you know, if you like the shooters and stuff, you can blow this stuff up and whatever. So it all helps to add to the realism of a model or whatever it is that you are actually doing. So what I'm going to do now, we're just going to grab one more of these, and just going to dupe that, and let's do something a little bit different with this one. And I think what we can do is just stack it vertically this time. Okay, now we'll just pop these, actually we'll stick that up just around the top here. Rotate that around a bit, like so. Okay, and we'll lean that up against the wall. And there we go. Let's just get that out of there, that's more like it. There we go, all good. So, and one more, just for luck there. Okay, there we go. So we'll leave those there for now, and all we want to do now is we're going to do a similar sort of thing with the barrel. So I'm going to do a few up here, but first of all we're going to scale this down, and we're going to go D and V, and I'm just going to scale that right down like so, and just make sure we've got a good scale up against this guy. There we go, that's not too bad at all. And what we'll do, we'll put a few in the corner. Okay, like so. And of course, no barrel scene is complete without one being rolled over on its side. So we'll grab that one, roll him over, and then hopefully he should sit quite nicely just there, like so. Actually, let's centre that up now, don't need to okay, like so. And then what we can do, we can put a little roll on it like so, and then pop that back near those guys, which is good. I'm just going to reset the tool to world. There we go. And we'll just pop that in and around there. And what we'll do, we'll grab another one of these just to break that up a little bit more there as well. So that's done, and I'm just going to grab this one, and we're going to do a similar thing like we've done with the crates. And I'm just going to put that down over there. And start to move all this into the corners as well. So ideally, not a great place to store stuff on a lighthouse island, because the stormy weather would obviously wash it all away. But we're doing this just to, as a matter of course, just to make it look good on this occasion as well. So, and hopefully Dave is going to do us a fantastic real flow simulation for this, and if we're lucky we may even get to see these get blown off the side of the lighthouse. So we'll see how it goes with that. And let's just keep duping these guys around, and that guy could do with coming down a bit. Okay, like so, and this guy as well. Now I think what we'll do is we'll stack these up like so. Oops. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we'll leave that there for now. We may add some more bits and pieces down here later on, but for now we'll leave that like that. And now what I'd like to do is add a couple of aerials. So we're just going to zoom in to the other two cylinders that we've made earlier on. So I'm just going to scale that right down. Whoops. And there we go. So I'm just going to scale this back up. Just trying to make this nice and thin. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to go down to the base of this. Okay, and what we're going to do is extrude this. Outwards, again, a bit like how we did the railing posts, and again we'll make that come down like so. Let's just see how far we've got. So yeah, that's pretty good. And what I'm going to do is taper this in as well. In fact, I won't taper it, I'll just scale it back in. And we'll get rid of those selected there. Just scale that right in like that. And just drop that back down. And we'll pop that back up. Scale that. Just going to zoom in and just make sure got some edge loops just on here just to stop it from popping. Okay, like so. Then we'll add some multiple edge loops, we'll do 2. Now I think for this one, let's go to the top. And right click, select the verts, hit F just to frame it up so we can see it. Like so. Okay, and I'm going to grab these, get rid of that. Whoops. Okay, and we're going to fill the hole. Scale it in, or extrude it in rather. There we go, so that's all good. And then again with the split poly tool, just divide it all up. Okay. Oops. Okay, so all we need to do Let's get rid of those two. Once again, like so. Grab the edge ring tool, if it's going to let me use it. No, let's undo that. In fact, no, that's okay, that's fine. Reset the tool. And there, and another one there. So if we can just go back. To our aerial, and I'm just going to scale it up just a little bit more, and then we're going to take this up. In fact, we could probably bring the size down a little bit more. Let's get rid of those as well. Okay, like so, and we'll just drop the tip down as well. There we go. And again, just need to get rid of the triangles on the bottom here. So we'll select the faces, grab those, get rid of those. Fill the hole, select the face, another extrusion, like so, and then grab that one and that one. Okay, so all we need to do, split this guy up again. So some of the processes are just a little bit sort of repetitive with this type of modelling, but unfortunately it can be a necessary evil. Whoops, what's going on there? Right. But as I said, sometimes it's a necessary evil to do this stuff. My mouse is playing me up there. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, let's grab some edges. Okay, that's better. Then F8, Control A, and then we'll delete the history, which is probably what's causing me a little bit of grief there. And we'll freeze transform, center the pivot, and we'll call that aerial underscore 01. Okay, like so. And then what we can do is put this into position, and I think we can still make that a lot smaller. And we'll just bring that down. And we'll pop that up on to the side of the railings actually. We're not going to put any wires or stuff on like that because we're not going in that close for this part of the, or this particular tutorial. So we're just going to leave it as is and where we are. Okay, like so. Okay, so that's all good. Okay, let's just move that over. Get that off of there, and just get us a touch, which is good. And we'll raise that up just a little bit more. Okay, and there's one aerial, and what we'll do, we'll duplicate that, and we'll just move that along ever so slightly. In fact, I'm going to pop this one just over here, and what we're going to do is shrink it down. Okay, and I'll just get that into position just there, like so as well. And again, I'm just going to dupe this, and so we've got two more overall. So, and I'm going to shorten this one, like so. And there we go. So I'm going to leave that there. So we've added some small bits of detail for this part of the tutorial, and what we're going to be doing in the next chapter, we'll probably add a little bit more detail to this, but what we will do is start to get on more with the foundation and also the actual rocks themselves. I didn't need that in the end. I think I was a bit overzealous with my duplicating there of the cylinders. I'm just going to pop on the wireframe so we can see everything going on there. And yeah, so what we'll do, we'll start cracking on with the rocks and the foundations there. I think what I may do as well is add another couple of aerials just down here, just by duping these guys off again in the interim of the next chapter. So hopefully pretty straightforward chapter there on chapter 6 here, and hopefully the next one won't be so bad either. It's just going to be a lot of poly cutting and just sort of redirection of edge loops and stuff like that. So I shall see you in part 7. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome to part 7. In the last chapter we looked at the creation of the crates and the barrels, and we also did a little bit of work on these aerials and stuff like this for these antennae bits, and as I said, I've gone in and added the extra 2 just here as well. So I think for this chapter we'll move away from the building for now anyway, and what we'll do, we'll start getting these rocks into place and stuff like that. We'll start extruding and spinning some faces, stuff like that, just to give them a little bit more form. And then what we can do in the next chapter is we're going to go in and just sort of finalise a few bits and pieces, and then we should be good to go and start UVing this model up ready for texturing. So let's crack on. So I'm just going to delete a little bit of history there that's been built up by the look of it, and we're going to start in this area here, I think, and I'm just going to add in some more edge loops. Okay, like so. And what we're going to do, we're going to sort of create the foundation, if you will, before we head off into ZBrush as well a bit later on. So we're going to start forming this up. We're not going to completely rely on the fantastic abilities that ZBrush has, but what we want to do is add this form in to help all that kind of stuff along. So we're just going to be adding the form to the rocks and stuff here. Get this sort of very thin sort of edge away from the edges here, and sort of fill those out. So that's the main course for this exercise in this chapter. So I'm just going to start to block a fair bit of this out. So there may be periods of silence while I'm just moving things around. If it gets to a point where I think it's technical, then I will explain in a bit more depth, but really it's just about sort of splitting the polys up and just really pulling a lot of the edges and the verts around as well. So as you can see, I'm just going around at the moment, and I'm just going to divide this stuff up, okay, like so. And what I will do as well, we'll put a couple here just down towards the base as well, and I think one more there, and that should cover that. So what we can do is start to move things around, and what you may find as well, do take advantage of your edges, using those to move things around, because it can do things a lot quicker, and you can obtain form a lot quicker as well, instead of just constantly pulling away at each vert. So it's always another one for you to try out as well. So I'm just going to try and start to pull this away just a little bit more, just from here, and then what we'll do, we'll add another one on the inside there as well. So I'm just going to pull this away like so, and I want to try and keep the form as near to the original low res mesh that we've already done, because for the real flow stuff, the real flow will have a low resolution proxy. I beg your pardon, getting a bit tongue tied there. The real flow object will be quite low res. In fact, it will be the one that we began with at the beginning of this chapter, and that's what will be used to calculate the dynamic simulation of the water. And then after the renders and stuff have been done, this is the one that will take its place. So we want to try and keep it as near as possible without sort of diverting too far away from the shape, otherwise it will look a bit daft. So just going to try and keep all this looking pretty good. Okay, so just forming it out just a little bit more, and what I think I will do is hide the rest of the unselected stuff. So we're going to get rid of that, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the paint selection tool. Let's just scale that up, and I'm just going to grab the inside here like so. Okay, and we're going to do a quick extrusion. So that there, grab the scale, and just going to extrude that inwards like so, and looks like we've grabbed an extra face on the side there, so we'll do that again. So just all around here really. Okay, that should do it, and we can jump back in again, and there we go, that's better. Okay, so that's looking a lot better now. Okay, so, and what we'll do, we'll just add an extra loop on the inside of there, okay, with the split edge ring tool. And we'll just start to round the edges out just a little bit. So we want to keep the overall sort of shape, but at the same time add some details, stuff like that. Okay. Okay, I'm just looking at reference and stuff that I've got on my other monitor here in front of me. So do take advantage of that if you do have some. Okay, so what we can do now is, I think we can add, hang on, let's just pull this up, just sort of round this out a little bit more, and just bring that one up that's better. And to there. So that's better already. As you can see, we've got these sort of, it's almost parallel to each other here. And what you can do, you can download a free script from creativecrash.com called Spin Faces. I have it here on my shelf. You can use spin edge or forward edge or backward edge. Where is that? Let's find that for you. And that is in spin edge forward. There we go. So you can use that one as well. And what that will do is redirect your edge flow on your model. But I prefer the Spin Faces script. For me, it's a little bit more intuitive to use, and although you can see both the tools work interactively, I still prefer the faces way as opposed to the edges. So we're going to probably use that in a minute. I just want to round out these forms just a little bit more, just to get rid of that pointedness. Now let's just move these around. So there would probably be a good place to do some spin faces on these two guys here. So I'm just going to do that now. There we go. So as you can see, it spins the faces, and you can redirect your edge flow into any direction. So I'm quite happy with that one there, and I'm just going to move that round. So now the edge flow comes round that way, and we can do the same with these. Let's have a look, see what we can do. In fact, let's try those two there. So that's better. So you just get a better flow, and you can start correcting the mesh, stuff like that. So it's a good way of modelling, and it's very quick as well. Saves you cutting stuff as well. Okay, so let's get some more of this done. So I'm just looking at some of my reference here in front of me. Just going to bulk this out just a little bit here. Okay, like so. And let's see if we can reintroduce a different way around here. So let's grab those two guys. That's not too bad. So again, you can get a nice random feel as well. So it's a bit more organic. There we go. I think we'll do something similar around here. Okay, so let's have a look at this area here. Okay, so I'm going to grab those two, spin those around there, and let's have another look. I think we'll go with that, and then what we can do is grab that one and bring that round and up there as well. And let's just see about spinning those two as well. There we go, that's better. And sometimes on occasion with this particular script you can spin the faces, and you can end up sometimes with happy accidents, and you can end up deleting edges that you don't actually need. So it can help you correct in not just in the direction of the poly flow or the edge flow, but also it can correct you know, you may have too many polys. So it's a good little script to get your bits into. Okay, so let's just bring these down a bit here, a bit too high. That's the other thing as well. You want to try and sort of start balancing out the way the polys are sitting as well. If you can make them a bit squarer, then even better, especially when it comes to the UV process as well. So we can keep everything in a fairly good shape. So I'm just rounding this stuff out a little bit more. And what we're going to do, I think as well, is just add in another edge loop, which I think we can put in straight through there. So let's do that now, and there we go. Okay, so let's grab a couple of these. And we're going to sort of put in a little bit of strata, which is the sort of the lines in the rock that you get. If you look at the Grand Canyon, that's a really good example of rock strata, all those patterns in the rock going across vertically, where all the rocks have been compounded together and compressed over the years, or millions of years. So it's another good thing to have a look at, maybe for reference as well. So let's just start putting these around. There we go. Okay, so again we'll do the same all the way around. I think we should add a few bits just around here as well. So I'm going to add another edge loop. Okay, and this time just going to scale it just ever so slightly. Okay, like so. And I'm just going to have a quick look at my reference as well. So I think what we can do, sort of coming towards the back here, we can grab these two, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to extrude these out like so, okay, just to get a bit more sort of depth and a different sort of pattern going on with the rocks themselves. Okay, so I'm just going to shape these up a bit. And there we go. So let's just pull that out ever so slightly, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another one, but a bit lower down this time. I'm just going to pull that up like so, and then I'm going to grab that, and I'm going to spin those just to see what we can do with those. That's not too bad. So I'm just going to grab that point there and just blend that back in to the surface like so. Okay. There we go. So if we just have a quick look in smooth mode, doesn't look like anything special, but I'm sure it will do once we get into the ZBrush side of things. So let's just keep tuning this up a little bit more, and I'm just looking at some of the forms and stuff on the rock images that I have here. So let's just push that one down, and this one as well. And I think what we can do is, if we do like what we did with the foundation of the lighthouse itself, start adding a few sort of bigger cracks and stuff, and then just by pushing these in, and we'll just drop that down into there. That's good. And then we can just push these down and into the rocks, and then randomize these up a little bit. Okay, like so. Let's just go back in here. So we've got an extra just there, so just going to snap that back, and what I'll do is merge that as well, just to be on the safe side. And then what we can do is, again, I'm going to add another couple of splits just through here. So I'm going to start with this one, come down to here, and then round here, okay, like so, and then we'll just make that into a four-sided poly there. Okay, and then just randomize its position just a little bit more, and then add another edge loop. I'll just move that in like so. Let's make this one a bit deeper. Okay, now just pull that apart. If I can grab it, there we go. So as you can see, it's starting to take shape now. Okay, so again, just going to have a quick flick through my reference, so it's not too bad. So I think what we can do is add a little bit of lumpiness down on this side. Okay, just down here. Okay, and then again extrude that out, and add another loop like so. And I'm just going to round this out. Again, this is just added detail, just to get a bit more of an effect for the rocks later on when we jump into ZBrush and decorate this up. So I'm just going to pull this all around, get it all to blend nicely. Okay, let's go show last hidden. That's not too bad. So there we go, you can see the form coming out now. So let's just finish this off here. Like so. So again, sorry for the silence if there is one. I am deep in concentration here because this isn't really much technicality to this. It's just a case of moving the points into position till you're sort of happy with them, really. Sort of looking at the references and going. So what we're going to do is just carry on doing this for a little bit longer. and then I'm just going to add some more cuts and stuff in there. Okay, so if we go and grab our split poly tool, and I'm just going to start chomping away there. There we go, and down to about there, that's good. And again, insert the edge ring. There we go. And what we'll do is add another one just to randomize. In fact, no, I won't. Let's just randomize it a little bit like this. And then what we can do is get this all to sit nicely like so. There we go. And then I think this is a little bit too square just here, so we get all this to sit properly, make it a bit more convincing. Let's just round all this out. There we go, that's better. So just making that look a bit more sort of random there. Just take that up just a little bit. As I said, I don't want to change it too much overall in its form. I just want to fill it out a little bit, so it matches better once we have the water and stuff hitting against it. So hopefully we should have something pretty cool. Okay, so let's bring all this stuff in, and let's put that there actually, and then this one can go here, and then let's pull that one up, push that in. There we go. So that's looking a lot better already. And I think what I'd like to do is add a couple more cracks just down the side here. And I think what I'll do is add another edge loop just through here actually. So what we can do, where's that disappeared around there? Okay, so we can grab this, just start moving these around. That's better. There we go. I'll just bring that down. Okay, so let's go in there, and we can start to let's hide that. Okay, and we'll start the crack just inside there. And just add that in. There we go. and just push that in slightly. Just going to push that down as well. And let's have a look. That's pretty good. So again, just getting all this stuff to give us a head start in ZBrush, so we know where we're going. So it's always very, very useful. Okay, like so. And I'm going to add another one. Whoops, just through here if I can get it. So from there. Through there. Oops, let's get rid of that. There we go. Okay. And let's just mess this up a little bit more. And what we'll do as well, we'll just grab a few more of these. Okay. And I think one there and another one there. And we'll extrude these out and up and scale them in. Just bring them up a little bit as well, just to give a bit more random feel to the rocks themselves. And what I'll do, I'm just going to go around and do these one at a time. Okay, like so, just to bring those up a bit and put a bit more of a point on. And again with this one. Just going to randomize them a little bit. Like so. Let's just pull that one up. And again with that one. There we go. So that's done quite well there. Okay, so I'm just going to grab this edge, pull this all out. Let's just grab that one. And there. There we go. So I think for now we'll call it a day there, but I think you get the idea, and I think that is actually in pretty good shape for us to get ready and UV this up, and then we can throw this into ZBrush once we're all done with the whole of the UV process for the entire lighthouse. What we'll do as well, actually while we're doing this, I'm just going to round it out just a little bit more in places. What we can do as well in the next chapter, we'll just sort of go in and just fill in a few more details on the lighthouse, and then we can get on with producing our UV maps ready for texturing over in Photoshop. And yeah, we should be pretty good to go as well very shortly after with the ZBrush stuff. So stay tuned, and hopefully we're going to start making this look a real kind of interesting once we get all those rock sculpting elements on there and stuff like that. So let's just see where we're at now with the model itself. So there we go. I'm just going to hide the grid, and there we go. So it's all looking pretty good. It's looking a bit more craggy than what it was. So we're going to end that there, and I shall see you in the next chapter. Cheers for now. Okay, welcome to our final modelling section in Maya. For this part I thought we'd just finish off and put a doorway in, as I mentioned in one of the previous chapters. I'm not going to put it around the back here because I don't think it's necessary, but I thought it might be good just to finish off the front of the main tower with a doorway in there instead. What I've done as well is move these two boxes that were placed previously in this section, and I've put in our sort of very square looking guy in their in their place for now, so we can just get a sort of a rough idea on the height for the door. So what we're going to do is grab that, and just going to grab our guy as well, and we're going to hide unselected objects like so, and I'm just going to template him again, and we're good to go. So just going to unsmooth this. Now I think what we need to take care of on this is because our object is round, again we've got to keep an eye on the way we extrude stuff, and sort of give ourselves enough space to put in some extra edge loops and stuff like that. So we need to be very careful with that bit, otherwise it could cause all sorts of problems when we come to sort of finishing off. You know, you get strange lumps and bumps and stuff like that on the mesh. So as I've explained before when we were doing the windows higher up on the tower. Okay, so let's just move in here, and I'm going to grab the paint selection brush and just scale that down ever so slightly. Okay, and what I want to do is keep in line with the center there of that window, and we're just going to grab these guys all the way down here, okay, like so, and we're going to grab the extrude, and we're going to extrude this door inwards like so. Don't worry about this sort of goings on here with the mesh at the moment, I'm not too concerned. And then what I'm going to do is actually we'll leave that one there like so, and then I'm going to get rid of that. I'm going to grab these guys and just move these down like so. Okay, and then we should be pretty good to add in the extra edge loops and stuff. Okay, so let's just tidy the mesh up ever so slightly like so. Whoops. Okay, so let's grab those. And those. And the final two. So we're all good. Okay, that's pretty cool. And as you can see here, we've got a bit of spacing issue going on, so all I'm going to do is just finish that off with some extra loops, and we'll just straighten those out like so, and I'll just lower those just a bit more, and we'll add another one in the center there, so that's all good. Okay, and then I just want to jump in the side view, because what I did notice when we did do the extrusion inward is it's just sort of pulled the polys, all the points in just a little bit there on the side. So if we go to a side view, and if we can just go to F8, okay, and what we'll do, we'll hide the unselected stuff for now, just so we can see what we're doing, and straighten these guys up here. Okay, so there we go, that's that one done, and that one done as well. Okay, there we go. Okay, so we're all good to go. So what we want to do now is sort of start making sort of the framework like we did again for the window sort of area itself. So we're going to do the same with the door. We're going to extrude that inwards just a little bit, and let's just grab that lot like so, and poly tools, extrude, and this time we're going to center that up in the selection, and just extrude back like so. Okay, so we're all good to go there. Okay, so what we want to do now is add in these kiting sort of loops just to help us sort of keep a poly count down, but also keep the mesh as tidy as possible. I mean, we've got enough loops and stuff within this tower because of what we've done with the windows and everything. We can eliminate a lot of this geometry, but I don't want to keep having kiting type geometry going all over the place, so I want to keep it to the minimum with the window areas themselves. And when you look at this, generally it's not really that heavy, so it's handling quite well. So I'm not going to worry about sort of getting rid of the extra polys and stuff. You can do what you like with your model, of course. Okay, so let's get these kites in, and what I'm going to do this time is show you a fast way of putting those in, and that's using the insert edge ring. So first of all, what we're going to do is we're going to give ourselves a couple of extra loops, first of all, around the edges. Okay, like so. So something very similar to what we've got here with the windows. Okay. Now, instead of using the split poly tool to go one by one through each of these edges, what we can do is again use the insert edge ring, like so. Okay. So about there, that's pretty good. And what you want to keep geometry wise, deselect, and what you want to get rid of, just delete. Okay. And now what we want to do is grab the vert, move that, snap that using the V key to the point there on the side, and then you need to merge that point together. Okay, so that's that one done, and again we can do the same for this one. As you can see, the loop's gone all the way around. Not something we really want, so what we'll do, we'll leave that about there. Again, the geometry you want to keep, deselect, and then delete edge vertex, and then again select that and V-snap that, and then merge the point. Okay, and then the final part is to delete that center point there, but this time just do that manually with the delete key, otherwise you'll wipe out everything else. Okay, so we're going to go around and do the exact same thing for everything else. So the geometry I want to keep, deselect, and then delete the other stuff. Okay, right click, vertex, move tool, V key, and snap, and then what you want to do is merge the verts. Okay, like so. Okay, so I'm just going to quickly go around and do the same thing for the other two corners, and we should be good to move on. Okay, so get rid of that, grab the vert, snap that, and merge, and then finally delete. Okay, and we'll do the same again on this top corner. So let's just move in there. There we go. So again, deselect what I want. Okay, delete, grab the vert, snap, and merge. Okay. Okay, just make sure we've got everything we need, and then get rid of that. Some of you may want to skip this little section if you're quite happy to move on, instead of watching me repeat this process one more time. Please feel free to do so. Okay, so we're going to grab this one, deselect that, okay, and just make sure we've got just the point we need. Okay, and the last one, just pop that in there like that. Okay, and delete. Okay, and grab that last edge and get rid of that, and then hopefully if we hit 3 on the keyboard we should have a fairly nice looking sort of corners on there that sort of match, very similar to the windowsill. So we're looking pretty good there, so I'm happy with that, and I think what we can do is delete some history and we can move on. Okay, so what we want to do is get in the door frame, and what I propose to do for that is if we go back to commands and show all, there we go, like so. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use what we've already got in our scene, which is the window frame. So I'm going to hit, in fact we'll use the one that's aligned already, so it's going to save us a lot of trouble. Okay, like so. So I'm just going to hit Control D, W, move that down. Okay, like so. And I'm going to grab the bottom of this. In fact, I'm going to grab the bottom faces, delete those, grab the edge, vertex, and straighten that out like so, and then basically just move this around to fit. Okay, so you can push that in there as much as you want, and again we'll do the same here. Now I'm just going to move that all the way across there. There we go. Okay, and into there. I could have actually left the bottom of that on just for a bit of extra sort of detail, but for now we'll leave that as it is, and let's just grab these just here and we'll just scale those back in just a little bit more. There we go. Okay, like so, and we'll move that down. I have actually noticed on a few of the Lighthouse references that I do have is that some of the doorways are actually quite small. They're very sort of they're very cottage-like. I suppose sort of keep the water out, as less water as possible to come in, or something like that. But they're just designed very small, so not much space between them there. Okay, so that's all good. So I'm happy with that. So as you can see, we've got like a nice sort of rounded part there with the square door frame. It's kind of a good little set off there. So that's good to go. So what I want to do now is if we bring in Polycube, and what we're going to do is just bring this all up. Looks like the old island there, so let's just hide that for now. Okay, so my Polycube, let's go back down to the bottom. There we go. Now we'll bring that forward. There we are. And for this we're going to make a real simple door. Okay, so I'm just going to delete the back of that as well, and we're just going to scale this up. In fact, let's go F8 again. And what I think we'll do is if we just get rid of the back of that. Okay, now we'll just move all this stuff up just below there, and just above that, so that's all good. And then we can move this across. Okay, like so. so that's all good. And what I'd like to do is just add a small sort of window just in the center up there, not too big, but just something big enough to let some light in. Okay, let's just keep that as small as I can without it looking silly. Okay, so that's good. So I'm just going to delete that. And just select the faces. And we'll extrude that back just a little bit. I think about there should do that. Don't need those back faces, so we'll get rid of those. Okay, and then what we can do is just to start putting in some extra bits. Okay, so what we want to do first is pop in some bevel sections. So let's grab those, put those like that. And what I'm going to do with that one is just select the face. We're going to pull that up. Again, very similar to what we've got on the windows. There's a slope there, so we can get rid of, as if there was any water, it wouldn't come in. Okay, now just move that across, and we'll just lower the ceiling ever so slightly, just to make the shape a little bit more interesting. And then I'm going to grab the edge, fill the hole. Okay, then what I'm going to do is extract that. Okay, like so. Delete the history, grab that, move that forward. Okay, and then what we'll do, we'll scale the glass up like so. So it's looking pretty good. Okay, and there we go. So last but not least, what we need to do is just add in some edge loops. I think just in and around, and we should be done. So I'm not going to worry about door handle, because the main idea of this exercise is just sort of slight modelling and texturing stuff with a bit of ZBrush. But the main deal really with this tutorial is the real flow stuff that David will take you through after this section is complete. So a bit of water dynamics, stuff like that for you to look forward to. Okay, so that'll do there and there, and we'll just add in some loops just on there, so that's all good. And I think what we'll do the same for the door frame, through there and through there. And there, and if we just come down the bottom, just there and there. Now if we double click the insert edge ring, what I want to do is just add in some multiple loops on the sides and on the top. So I'm going to choose 3, so those will go straight in. So if we hit 5, you'll see those, and there as well, and on the top. So that's all done and good to go. So we go F8, hit 3 on the keyboard, so you can see now that's all looking pretty good. And with a bit of luck, the doorway as well should look absolutely fine. And before I do any more, let's actually insert one on every side here, just to stop the stretching when we come to do some UV mapping. So that's all good. Okay, so let's just grab the verts on there, through there, and on there. And I'm just going to hit R just to scale these up, and just going to move those in there like so, and then hopefully we're all good to go. and there we are. So that's like the final section for our lighthouse with our doorway. And then what we need to do now in our next sections is we're going to cover the UV mapping, and we're going to cover multiple UV maps which will extend from the usual 0 to 1 UV space. So we're going to be doing 0 to 10 instead, and we'll explain that and how to export your maps from the UV editor using that method. So hopefully you've enjoyed the modelling, and we'll see you in the UV section. So cheers for now. Okay, welcome to part 9. We finished off the last chapter with the doorway there in the side of the lighthouse, but what we're going to be doing now is we're going to start to unwrap our model and ready it for painting. And what we're going to be doing is creating some UV maps, and basically it's just the process of flattening the 3D mesh in a 2D space. Let me just hit 5 on the keyboard just so we can see it in shaded mode. So there we go, and I'm just going to throw a wire up as well, so I kind of like the wire showing. Okay, so what we're going to be doing is flattening out the island in this chapter, and what I'm going to do is just run through a few UV basics to get you going, stuff like that. And also the other thing that I am going to explain as well is that when we create UV maps generally within Maya, we use the 0 to 1 space that we have here. Let me just turn off the background there. So we've got the 0 there and the 1 there, and this is what we would output generally to of our mesh here, as you can see here, that's squashed in our UV editor. And what we'd do, we'd take this mesh sort of look-alike over into Photoshop or whatever paint package that you're using, and put our textures on and bring that back and apply the texture to a shader, and hopefully everything should fit on the 3D model because of the way we've painted it over this UV. So, but generally, as I say, we use the 0 to 1 space, but for this exercise we're going to be using probably, I'm looking at around five tiles. So, and what we're going to do, we're going to demonstrate how to maximize each tile and or your model across 5 tiles, and we're going to export each one of those tiles individually. It's not usually the done thing for people at home or just generalists, really, people who enjoy doing Maya, but it's usually a production thing. And what we usually do, we usually have a script that enables us to output a lot of tiles. So we may do 10, 20 or 30 tiles for a model on a movie or even in television. But because we're not doing that for this, we're going to have to output the tiles manually. So we're going to go across here instead of cramming everything in the 0 to 1 space, and I hope that makes sense. So anyway, let's get started, and we can run through the whole process of laying them out across the multiple tiles as we go. So first of all, I'm going to select, as you can see, our island, and as you can see in the UV editor here, it's not a real representation of our island as we've got it here in 3D, but it's more like the cube that we started out with before we started cutting it up. So it's still using the sort of same cube object UVs when we started. So what I'm going to do, I've got the bonus tools script loaded up, and it's very, very cool because what it has inside it is automatic UV unwrapper, and it's very, very useful. It's very much like Roadkill, and I tend to find it's actually better, but that's my actual opinion. But what we're going to do, we're going to use that for this exercise. So I'm going to go down to Auto Unwrap UVs tool, and it's going to come up with this little interface, or this little GUI, and what we want to do is put it to basic unfold and uniform fit and set edge color to red. Okay, and what I'm going to do is just going to enlarge back into the main perspective view, and what we're going to do is we're going to select a few of these edges, and we're going to use those selected edges to cut the mesh and allow us to flatten the mesh out in the UV texture editor. So we're going to go through that now. So what we want to do is enter tool and close. Okay, and then what we're going to get is this little thing come up here, and I'm going to show exactly how to do it. So what we want to do is select the model. As you can see, it will come up in edge mode once you've entered this, and then we're going to select a few of these edges, okay, like so. So I'm just going to go around. So how many do we choose? We've got 4 there, so we'll do 4 again. And this is a really nice, easy way to do UVs, and it's actually pretty quick. I'm not a fan of using the pelt mapping plugins and stuff like that, because I don't think that it utilises the space of the UVs much. It doesn't do it very well, I don't think. You have to do a lot of fiddling about. So I'm one for using sort of these kind of plugins and stuff instead. So it's a bit more manual operated. Okay, so let's just jump back over to the editor, like so. So as you can see, I've selected those edges, and I'm just going to hit continue. Okay, and what that's done, that's hopefully unwrapped that as best as it can in the UV space, and there we go. So there's our island, and it's all unwrapped, and it's split those at the seams there just nicely. What we can do is we can grab a few UVs at a time, go to polygons and go unfold, just so it begins to give us a bit more of a relaxed sort of state for the UVs on the 3D object there. So I'm just going to hit unfold 3 times. Okay, so there you go, so it's done that again. And then what we want to do now is go to the hypershade. And as you can see, I've already got this shader set up, this blend shader, and what I'm going to do is just going to rename this. Okay, so I'm just going to call it UV underscore checker, and then underscore M for material. And then what we're going to do, we're going to apply that to our actual model itself. What I've done, I've attached a map that I've actually got within my system, and I do believe it's this one here. You should be able to pick one up off the web, or just create one yourself or whatever, as long as it's got these little tiles and numbers and stuff on. And what the aim is to make sure that these are actually square when you see them on the model. So what we're going to do, we're going to hit 6 on the keyboard. So as you can see, the majority of this stuff is actually quite square. Okay, so it's not too bad, and all we've got is 4 seams to worry about, just generally. The other thing as well is that you can see that these UVs aren't quite right on the top of there. So what we can do, because I'm using this bonus tools, this Maya bonus tools script, you can hit go back, okay, like so. And if we just jump back to our layout for our UV, okay, so you can see there it's re-highlighted everything. So I'm just going to jump back, I'm going to hit 6 on the keyboard, make sure my mesh is visible, and I'm just going to select it again. And this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to go round, and these lumpy bits, just going to reselect these. Okay, on here, there, on there as well. Okay, on there. So I'm going to go around, I'm going to do each one, and then what we're going to do, we're going to hit continue again, and then see how it lays those out. Okay, so let's just have a look at this one. Yeah, let's do this one as well. So basically what I'm doing is cutting this away from the main mesh for now. And the great thing is, if we're not happy with it, we can always go back, do it again, or if we are and we want to change a few things, we can go back and stitch these UVs back together in the editor. So okay, so this bit's not too bad actually there. So what I'll do, I'll opt to do just the tip of that, okay, like so, and then we'll just grab those edges there. So what we're doing, we're just going around and we're just sort of giving ourselves a few sort of edges to cut up still for this. So okay, that's gone all the way around there. Yeah, that's good. See, and again, because this is like a bit of an awkward shape just in there, we need to cut this little guy out as well. Okay, and I'm going to do the same with this one. Okay, just around, Okay, and there, 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 and there. That should be enough for that one. Okay, and we'll just have a quick wander around, see if everything else is pretty good. That's not too bad. Okay, so again, we're going to hit continue, let it do its thing. So there you can see we've got UV borders, so we know that's been cut. And what we could do, jump back into the UV editor, and there we go. So there's all our bits all cut out for us. So I'm going to hit 6 on the keyboard. Okay, so now you can see what's going on up here. So we're going to grab these shells. So we're going to go right click, UV. You can select a little bit, and then go hold your control key down and right mouse button, and then hit the shell, and that should grow everything. And then what we can do, we can grab those, just move those to one side, and we'll grab this little guy as well, doing the same thing, control key, right mouse button, yeah, and then to shell. You'll get the little marking menu come up, so that's pretty good. Okay, so let's have a look at this guy. So as we can see, it's a little bit untidy still up here. So what that means we need to do is go polygons. We just go to unfold, and as you can see, you're probably thinking, oh, it's not really a great looking UV, but what we can do is give it a tweak, just move some bits around like so, because we want to get everything sort of like the same size, just sort of generally. So let's just move those around. And like I was saying, you can stitch these back up if you feel the need to as well. What I want to do is just sort of really get the squares looking half decent in there. Okay, so I'm just going to pull these around just a little bit. So again, they're looking to be a little bit funky there on this side bit. Let's just reselect that. So that's more like it. And if you hit 3 on your keyboard as well, you can see that the UVs are kind of getting there as well, because this is the state that it's actually going to be in when we've finished. But it's always good to actually get them balanced out in this form first, because it just makes life a bit easier for you as well. And you can always keep checking, you know, backwards and forwards. I mean, for me, that's kind of acceptable. I probably would add a little bit more geometry to it. In fact, I think we will, because that will help eliminate any stretching as far as the actual object goes. So there you can see we've got that on there. And what I was talking about earlier about stitching stuff back up, just so you can see what it will do. So I'm going to grab those edges there, and then just going to sew those back up so we can see what it's going to do. And I'm using the little icon just at the top here. So you've got a couple of icons here. This is actual sew your UV, this one here, and the one next to it is move and sew, and this one is your cut your UVs. So they're kind of like the basic ones that you really need to do. And these ones are the from the component point of view, where they'll split the UV itself. Okay, so polygons, move and sew UV edges. So you've got those commands as well down here in the little polygon menu, so you can go move and sew UV edges, or you can choose to use that option there with the little button. Okay, so it's all pretty good. So the idea really with UV mapping is to make sure that your checker map is as square as possible when you come to do this, and it can be a little bit time consuming when you come to do this as well. So again, I'm still not quite happy with that. It's because it is an awkward shape. These are very difficult shapes to deal with. It's a pretty good one to actually start with, just so you can see the sort of effort that you have to put in to achieve some nice UVs before you start painting on stuff. So let's move those across. And again, you may want to just cut everything up. So you could grab the edge on this one completely, all the way down the side. Whoops, not that one there. We want to just keep everything joined up. Okay. So I'm using this one as an example. because we've got a few of those to do, so I won't do all of them for this exercise, but I just want to show you sort of like the basic principles of unwrapping a fairly difficult shape. So what we can do, we can go up here, cut these UVs. Okay, so we've got 4 seams around there. Grab the UV, go and unfold. And the actual shape itself is now actually better. Okay, so you can see there that the UVs aren't as stretched. And the thing to do is leave it in that pattern, because that's how it is, like that. There's no point going in and trying to make it all look really, really nice, because that's not how it's laid out in 3D space. Okay, so that one's done. So we'll call that one done. Okay, and what I do want to do is just grab the actual island itself, and we're going to hide the unselected objects and just have a look at this area here, and you can see that the UVs on that are actually pretty good, so we haven't got to do much work on there at all. Okay, so I really do recommend downloading bonus tools from the Autodesk website and installing it on your system. Okay, and if you do, you may some of you may encounter a few problems when installing it. And basically, what you have to do is turn off your sort of firewall, otherwise it will not install properly. So just a quick word of warning there for you. Okay, so let's do this one. Let's grab this guy and let's hit F and frame that up. So as you can see, these UVs are really, really tiny on here. The checker map is really tiny, and basically it's because this UV is too big. I mean, that's where it's from on the actual model itself, but because of the way it's worked it out, it's just made it too big. So we can go unfold just to make sure everything's balanced out alright, and then what we can do using the scale tool, we can just shrink that down as best possible and try and line up your UVs, the size of the checker in comparison with the rest of the model. As you can see as well, the UVs are back to front, so we've got a bit of an option here. We've got the rotate forward and backwards, and we've got the flip horizontal and vertical tools as well, just up in here. So I'm just going to rotate those round. There we go, like so. Okay, and I'm just going to move these up here, like so. So we're looking pretty good there. And again, we're going to do the same with this one. And let's have a look at that one. So over here. Okay, and what we have forgotten to do is split that edge just there. So I'm going to use the icon here, cut that. As you can see, we've got the border edges nice and thick there, so you can see what's what, and you can turn that on and off with that icon there. Okay, and you can see they'll display as well in the 3D viewport. Okay, so what I'm going to do is right click, select my UVs, polygons, unfold. Okay, so that's not too bad at all. And in fact, what we'll do, we'll grab those other 4 edges on the inside and we'll cut those. Again, right click, over the top, polygon, unfold, and there you can see the UVs are now nice and square in there, and all we need to do is again just scale those up. So I'm just going to rotate that round, just make sure everything's the right way. So we need to, okay, there we go, and again I'm just going to scale this guy down until our UVs are the same size. Okay, now I'm just going to move up these, what we call UV shells. These are called shells. This is a shell. Okay, so just move those shells up to that point in the UV space there, in the 0 to 1 at the moment. Okay, and then what we're going to do, we're going to grab this guy, go to shell, and I'm going to hit F, just find out where he is. There we go, and his UVs are pretty good. And what we'll do as well, we'll just run an unfold just to make sure everything's okay. And once again, we need to scale this guy down, and then we just need to make sure that the UVs are pretty much facing the right way. So you know, you may want to rotate this round, scale it a bit more. Okay, but usually with when you're using a paint package like ZBrush or whatever your weapon of choice is, you know, you guarantee you can paint out the seams and stuff anyway. And that's something that we'll be looking at doing a little bit later on once all our UVs are complete. Okay, so let's jump in. Last one. So that's all looking pretty good. So I'm just going to hit unfold just to get the overlap in there. And the other thing as well, as you can see, the UVs here are overlapping. That's not ideal. And what you can do, you can turn on this icon here that will show you whether your UVs are back to front or they're overlapped. And generally, if you've got overlapping UVs, the blue will go darker. So if I just grab that little UV shell there, and if I move it, you can see that it's all okay. But if it's overlapped, then it will go a darker blue. But the other thing, if it's back to front, it will go red. Yeah, you see that? Okay, so it's just one thing worth bearing in mind when you're doing that. Okay, so we're going to grab that guy, polygons, hit unfold. There we go. So the UVs aren't too bad on that one. So we're just going to rotate that round. There we go, all done. And I'm just going to scale that down ever so slightly. Actually, back up there. And we're just going to pop that just in there. Okay, like so. And then we're going to come back to this guy. Okay, there we go. So, as you can see, that's taken up a fair bit of that UV tile, and I'm going to leave it like that. And I don't think we need to do really much more to the actual UV itself. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just going to zoom in a bit closer and just make sure that the edges of our UV shell aren't overlapping, so we don't cut anything off. Okay, so we're all pretty good to go there. And so what I'm going to do now is just grab these guys and just move them across for now. Okay, like so. Okay, so if we go show last hidden, so we come around to this guy. Okay, and just going to hit F8, and I'm going to hide unselected objects. Okay, so this time we're going to do another unwrap, and I'll go to bonus tools. Okay, I'm going to call this guy up, select this, enter tool, like so. Okay, so what we need to do is just undo that, so that's done. You have to tell that that's done. I do fall into that trap from time to time with that. Okay, so go back into that one. Okay, select and then enter the tool. Okay, so come back into our our 3D view, I beg your pardon. And I'm just going to turn the wire on just so we can see what we're doing. And again, this time select the model, and then I'm going to grab an edge, and this time we're going to go right round and we're going to cut the top off for now. Okay, so this being a sort of round object, what we want to do is try and create this very sensibly. So what I would do with this one, I would probably cut this now from sort of this point, probably there, if I can grab that guy. Okay, so let's do that again all the way around and then select that one there. Okay, and then I'll probably cut that all the way down to the bottom of there, like so. And then what we'll do, we'll cut this side chunk off completely. Okay, and in fact we'll keep it fairly close to the corner, and we'll bring it in all the way down there. That's the other thing with UV seams, always try and keep them close to a corner or something like that. I mean, I could have come down here, but this is ideal, this is fine. Okay, for now. Okay, and then what we want to do, I want to grab these two here, so this cuts the top bit off of this UV shell, just there, like so. Okay, and we should be pretty good to go. So let me just have a look at this. So the idea is to unwrap this side bit so it unfolds completely, so the cylinder unravels, and then we'll have a nice round bit, and we should have a fairly flattened side bit. So we're going to hit continue. There we go, that's saying we're all ready to go. So I'm going to close that off, go to my layout, go to UV, and there you go, that's what it's done. So this section, as you can see, is the outside there. Okay, and this section here is this bit, and of course the round bit is the top bit. Okay, and again, I'm just going to hit F8 and assign existing material, which is our checker. Hit 6, and we'll have a look at this, see how we're doing. And our UVs are pretty square, they're not too bad at all. Okay, but the other thing is, always good to check. So I'm going to grab that, go polygons, unfold, just to make sure that that's all okay. Don't take that always for granted, but I've had a fair bit of experience with this, so generally it's pretty good when you go to do that after using the bonus tools unwrapper. And that's really pretty much it for that on that one. And we've got nothing that's overlapping, as you can see. If I just move that, we're all good. So, and then what I will do is come to this guy, and what we'll do, we'll unfold this again in sections, because if you do it all in one, sometimes what happens is it shrinks the entire mesh. So if I do unfold, it does some funky stuff like that. Whereas if you do it in pieces or in segments, hit unfold, chances are it will do it properly and you won't have to worry about too much. And unfold, and again polygons, unfold. So there we go. So we just have a look round, all the way round, and that's all looking fairly good. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this now is grab this guy completely and rotate that round and line that up as best possible, like so. And we'll just double check all this. So yep, that's all good. And what we've got now, we've got an option to sew this back to this part of the UV shell as well on here. So I'm just going to, whoops, didn't grab that edge. So I'm just going to rotate that back and have a quick look to see if there's anywhere that we could probably get rid of this seam, I think, which would be down this end. So I'm just going to grab this guy, okay, like so, and I'm going to shrink this guy down just a little bit, okay, about there. So UVs are pretty much spot on there, and I'm going to grab these edges all the way along. Okay, I'm going to hit the move and sew UV icon there. So that's all good. So now we lose that seam and we only have the inner corner one there really to worry about, which in essence is no problem whatsoever. I'm just going to test these two out here, see if we can sew those up. Yeah, and that's looking pretty good as well. That's not too bad at all. Good. Okay, so I think we'll leave those like that. And again, just to double check, just grab a few UVs at a time, hit unfold, just to see what it's going to do. And I think that's blown that bit out of proportion a little bit, so I think that's good enough. Let's just try that again. Yeah, that's going to do too much damage, and I think it's fair to say that that is actually pretty much spot on. Okay, so the other bit is our top bit. As you can see, the UVs are the wrong size, so this needs to scale up. Okay, like so. And there we go, so that's pretty good. And then we need to find an area where we can stitch this guy back on as well. And I've selected that edge there, and you can see the edge is there, and just hit move and sew and it will do that part. And that is pretty much it for that piece. Okay, so what we can do, command show last hidden, so there's our UV for that part of the lighthouse as well. Now the other thing is, you can see that the UV size is completely different, so what we'll do is we're going to shrink that UV shell down to a fairly sensible sort of scale. Going to select this one, okay, and what I'm going to do is actually move these shells around like so. Going to grab this guy, going to reposition him so he sits more or less. I'm just going to scale that down ever so slightly, just so we can make sure that there's no sort of overlay. There are a couple of other things I will show you as we go through to make sure your UVs are pretty spot on, but I won't do that for this chapter. Just want to get you started. Okay, so there we go, and then what we'll do is we'll bring those guys in as well there. Now, because we're going to be doing multiple UV tiles, we can actually afford to make this a little bit bigger overall. Okay, so it gives us more to paint on and we can get a bit more detail in there. So I'm just going to scale that up, although not too much because I don't want the rock to be too oversized in comparison with the sort of the rock foundation of the lighthouse. So we're going to leave that there, and I'm going to hit done and select both the meshes, and we're going to delete some history, and that's all done. Let's just turn that off. So as you can see, UV shells all nice and square, or the checker map all nice and square and flowing pretty well across the surface of that mesh. And if we just jump back to our UV editor, I'll select that as well, and there we go. So that's a fairly straightforward layout there for the rock base. These we're not going to scale up because they need to stay relative to the size of this as well, so those are going to be fine. And I think what we'll do, we'll leave that there, and in the next chapter we'll start looking at using some of the standard Maya unwrapping tools, like for cylindrical mapping, stuff like that, which is pretty straightforward, and we'll go through that in the next chapter. So hopefully you've learned something from the bonus tools menu for a change, and we'll see you in part 10. So I shall see you then. Cheers for now. Okay, part 10. In the last chapter we looked at creating UVs for the island, for the lighthouse, and also the sort of the base concrete area as well, and we laid those out in a fairly reasonable manner in the 0 to 1 UV space. In this particular chapter, what I want to look at is Maya's cylindrical projection, so we can unwrap the main tower of the lighthouse. I'm not going to run through all the other cylindrical objects in the tutorial because it'll be just doing the same thing over and over. So we're going to use the cylindrical projection, and we're going to couple that with a little bit of cutting UVs and stuff like that, because we've got these edges around the window on the inside here, and those can cause problems. So I'm going to show you how to sort of get out of that as well. We may end up sort of separating those parts of the mesh away from the actual tower itself, but what we'll do first, we'll first of all create a cylindrical projection, and we'll go from there. So let's crack on with that. So let's go into our perspective view, and what I'm going to do first is I'm going to hide all the unselected stuff like so. Okay, so all we've got is the tower of our lighthouse. Okay, so I'm going to go to create UVs and go cylindrical mapping, but first of all I'm going to do assign a shader to each projection. So what this is going to do is going to assign like a checker map, which is like Maya's procedural version of our own checker map that we've already put on the base of the lighthouse on the rock areas. So I'm just going to tick that box like so, and then I'm going to hit cylindrical mapping. Okay, so as you can see, it's now added this checker pattern, and we've also got the manipulator for the projection tool, for the cylindrical projection tool. And as you can see, we can grab the little handles here and we can sort of drag things around and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is just nip in to the UV editor, and as you can see, the cylindrical mapping tool itself just sort of wraps itself halfway, and then the rest of it is sort of like covered automatically. But the best thing to do, as you can see here, this is an oblong shape, and what we want to do is fit it into our square shape within our 0 to 1 or 1 to 2 UV tile space. So the way to do that is if we just grab the handle here in the middle, and just, as you can see, you've got the other one just here on the other side. Okay, where my cursor is, I'll just highlight it there so you can see it yellow. And what you can do, you can drag that until both of them meet in the middle and stop, and then what you'll find is you'll have a nice square UV shell for that cylindrical map. Now what we need to do is just turn off the background. So if you just go up to here, there's like a little face icon or a texture icon, so you can just hit that and turn it off. Okay, so I'm not going to work in the UV tile area just this second, because we've got a few more bits and pieces to do before we begin to lay everything out. So what I want to do as well now is, if we go back all the way up here to the top of our tower, you can see we've got some other sort of interesting things going on, and they're not actually visible in our UV editor here. And what this is, let's just come out of this selection mode, that's better, you can see it better now. And what this is, all these UVs, we just projected it cylindrically around the y-axis, and what that's done is just basically squashed all of these UVs together in this area here. So if I highlight this, you'll see that these are all now selected. But if we put a texture on there, so if I just go back to F8, and if I assign our own blend material, our UV checker material rather, you can see all our UVs are stretched through there. So we need to get this sorted out first of all, and this is where cutting UVs is going to come in handy. And the way to do that is if we just nip into our perspective view here, if we go right click and select edge, okay, and what we want to do is select a half decent edge where we can make a cut in the UV editor. So I'm going to go for here, actually we'll do the one just underneath, just double click on that, hopefully it should highlight, there we go, so that's selected all the way around there like so, okay. And then what we want to do is do another one on the top there all the way around, and do another one all the way around there, okay. And what we want to do is the same again just up here. In fact, let's do the next one up, or down actually, no, we'll do the next one there. So we're trying to keep the UV seams sort of out of the way as best possible, so a good way to do that is sort of hide them in the sort of corner area as well, which is absolutely ideal, because you don't want UV seams being shown if you don't paint over them properly. So this one here will have underneath, the top ones we can't really help, so we'll just go with that one there, okay, like so. And the other thing we're going to do is the inside of the windows, as you can see here, okay. So we're going to have to go around and select all the windows as well. So what I'll do a couple of these just to get us started, and then I'll finish them off in the in between this and the next chapter. Okay, so let's just have a look at that. Okay, so that's not too bad. In fact, we haven't got that many windows to do. Oh yeah, we've got a few. I'll do the rest in between the chapters, I think. Let's just do this one here. Let's just hit 6. Because otherwise I'm just going to be repeating myself over and over in the chapter, which is something you don't really want. Okay, so what we're going to do now we're in this view, okay, like so, and what I need to do is deselect that one that I've picked by mistake, Okay, like so, and that's looking pretty good. And what we'll do, we'll just cut the UV edges. So we'll go polygons, cut UV edges from here, or what you can do is pick the little icon up there. Now hopefully that's cut, and a good way to see if it has is to actually zoom in on one of the areas that you know you've just cut up and hit this UV border edges here, and anything that's been cut will now be a thick edge border like so. Okay, so if I just zoom out, if I just hit and then grow UV shell, you can now see that our shell has separated on the areas that we've just cut. Okay, and we'll go to shell there like so. Alright, and what we need to do now is just find where this seam here is. Okay, and I believe that's there, it is just there, as you can see. And what we need to do is grab hold of this UV here like so, and that one there, and to shell, and we'll just move these up and out of the way like so. Okay, and then these ones, what we need to do is if we go to UV, okay, like so, and the first thing what you can do just to check it out is go polygons and then hit unfold and see what it does, and there we go. So you can see that's actually these cylindrical faces here, and just by doing that you can see it's now, by using the unfold command, it's now unwrapped those areas quite nicely. But what we can do is finish that off, and straight away we can just go straight into the edge in here, deselect the edges on the outside because we don't want those to join up with anything else in the UV editor. We don't want all the shells joining back again, so just deselect anything you think around the other parts of the mesh. So if we go polygons, move and so UV edges, so it looks a bit clunky, so again just select that part of the mesh, polygons, unfold, and we should have a fairly good representation of this part of the lighthouse, and the UVs are looking pretty good. So it's a little tiny bit distorted, so what we can do, just grab the scale tool and just give it a little bit of a shift around. And I mean, if you really want to be super perfect, basically just select those faces, okay, or the UVs in face mode in there, go up to create UVs, planar mapping, open that out, check which way you're going to be projecting from, and in this case if I were to use the planar projection I'll be doing this on the y-axis because it's the y-axis is facing up and down. So I'd hit that check, hit the little radio button there and hit project. Again we'll get a planar projection manipulator this time come up. As you can see it's all looking pretty good, and if we just hit F in the UV editor you can now see that that's absolutely perfect. So what we can do is just move that to one side, okay, like so, and what we'll do if we grab the UVs on this one, so that's actually our edges on that one, so let's just move those out of the way, and then what we can do is if we grab this guy and then do to shell, we can move him out of the way, and then what we can do is same thing, unfold, there we go, and again you can either do it this way, just going to zoom in there, just make sure we haven't picked up any strays, no, that's all good, and then what I'll do is polygons, move and so UV edges, go to UV, polygon, unfold, and that one's unfolded that really well. So that's great, so we haven't really got to worry about that. So we'll just pop that one over there for now. And then we've got this one to do. Okay. And then go to shell, and I'm going to pick that one up. Polygons, I'm going to unfold this. There we go, so that's all perfect. Now you can see here our checker map is all nice and square, even though we've got this split UV seam in here. What we can do is just jump in, go to edge, select the edges that you want, which would be mainly this border edge that's split here in this case, and then you can just merge those together, and just to be doubly sure that it's all okay, hit unfold, and again that's a pretty good looking mesh, or a UV should I say. So that's all good. Okay, so what we want to do, go back to F8, assign the UV checker. I'm just going to do a quick optimize on the scene just to get rid of the other shader. Okay, and we'll delete some history as well, so that's all pretty good. So what we're looking for now, we are looking for this guy under here, I think. To shell, actually we want UV. So that's that one there, that's all good. So let's try this guy to shell, and we'll grab that. And what we'll do is we'll also grab that one as well. Now the UVs on these look pretty good actually. Let's just double check all the way around. Let's go back to our full perspective view and just have a look. So they're looking fairly good. Okay, cool, they're good. We'll let those ones go. And what we want to do now is just have a look down here at our lighthouse, and just under that part there. I'm just going to grab these UVs for that top wall, and we're just going to zoom in and have a look at the UVs here. So you can see that that squashed sort of top row there of UVs is actually causing that stretching because everything's sort of been crammed together. And just to show you there, you can see they're not very square. So what we need to do is we can do two things. We can go polygons, unfold, but we might get a little bit of sort of funky edges going on with that. So if you do get that, undo that like so. And the other good thing to do is just use the scale tool. Okay, and then you can just grab your UVs however you want. As you can see, you've got a little bit of funk sort of going on just in there, and we can just pull those out like so. Okay, and I'm just going to bring those down just a little bit. Going to grab these edges here. Whoops, those ones there, and those ones there. Okay, and what we'll do, we'll convert those to UV edges like so. And in fact, let's just undo that, and I'm going to grab that edge all the way around there as well. Let's just make sure we haven't got anything else selected, which we have there. So in that case, I'm going to convert those to UV, which is the convert selection, and you can pick that up under select and then go convert selection to UVs. Okay, so that command is just there. I've got a shortcut on my shelf, so there we go, that's all done. Okay, so let's zoom in. So what we need to do is grab that top row as well. Let's right click and to UVs, that'll be quicker. And let's just do this in one go. Right across there. Whoops. And just in there. And just in there as well. So it should all be good. And yes, we are. Great stuff. So again, just grab the scale tool and just stretch those out. Use the move tool as well. And again, just check your model, see what's going on. So we can move this like so. And then what you can do is just a process of elimination, and we can jump in and start deselecting other rows as well. And again, just going to stretch these out just a little bit more. So there we go. Just going to move them up and down just a little bit. That's not too bad. And about there, I think, for those. And again, just another tweak, just to make sure, a little bit of overlap in there. And there we go, so that's not too bad at all. So I'd go with that, that's pretty good. So it takes a little bit of tweaking, a bit back and forth, but you know, once you master it, it really is worth the while, because you know, the better you make your UVs, the better your textures are going to look. You won't have any stretching and so on, so you know, really good. Okay, so what we want to do is have a look at these window areas. So what we did do is we took the insides out on this one. I think it was this one. Let's just double check which ones they were. Was it that one there? Let's have a look. Edge. So this one here, let's have a look at this window sill area first. So I'm just going to hit F. As you can see, it's all a bit untidy. So I'm just going to unfold this. Okay, see, sometimes you do get that. That's what I was on about in the last chapter. So if we unfold it a bit at a time and have a look. So it's not very nice at all. And one way of getting out of this is to literally pick a corner like so and cut the UV edge. So I'm going to split it there and see if we can just unfold that in one go. So it's a bit more straight looking there. That's okay, I guess. Let's get this to work properly. Okay. Unfold that. There we go. That's a bit better. So I'm just going to do this a little bit at a time. And we'll do this one as well. That's better. Okay, so we've done the majority of work of unfolding that, so what we need to do now is just really straighten it, because that's what the shape is really on the inside of that window. So you can see there. As at the moment as well, the UVs are twisted. That's purely because our UVs or shell is all a bit wonky, stuff like that. And again, try and keep your UVs the right way up, and obviously we need to get these all straight and stuff like that as well. So what we're going to do, I'm going to demonstrate this one. Okay, for the inside of the window here. Whoops, let's just undo that. Okay. And again, what you could do is you could grab the UVs like so, go all the way along, oops. I think sometimes you have to be very patient with this part of 3D modelling. We just lost all our selection all the way along there, so I just have to go back. Yeah, you have to be quite patient with this area of it. Because it does take a while to do, and some people absolutely hate it and will always look for a quick shortcut way of doing it. But if you want really good UVs, then it really does just pay to go in, you know, use the tools to what you can, but you really have to make sure that, you know, you optimize everything and get it right, because any shortcuts will show later on when you kind of do texturing, stuff like that, so you'll end up with sort of stretched textures and UVs and stuff all over the place. So, you know, if you can get them right, get the patterns looking right on the shells, you know, make sure that they're all going in the right direction. They don't necessarily have to be super tidy to make the UV map look square, as long as they match the contour sort of shape, flat, you know, unwrapped of the actual object, then you should be fine. So let's just move that one, and we'll grab that last one, like so. Grab that and just pop that back into position. Should we just jump in and have a look? We're not doing too badly there at all. So just a couple of little tweaks here and there as well, and there we go. And then what I'll do now is, if we just scale that up a little bit more, just so our UVs are the same size as the actual wall parts, then we haven't got to worry about scaling stuff in Photoshop. Okay, so what we'll do now is I'll leave that as it is, and those three, I beg your pardon, there, and we'll bring these down to here, which is that one, which is good. And then these edges, as well. In fact, a good way to do this, just to make sure you've got everything in order, which I must actually show you, is to just make sure that the UVs are sort of following as they do on the actual object itself, otherwise it can get a little bit confusing. So we've got our main walls on this one, then we've got the edge just there, through there, then we've got the upper wall, and then we've got the next edge there as well. So yeah, it does help to sort of keep a few things in an order, and things like little bits like this, you know, you can just sort of put around. If you are working in a production environment, just make sure everybody knows what's what, you know, stuff like that. So, and same with these parts, you know, what we'll do, we'll put them in an area that's you know, sensible and not too far out of the way. Okay, so let's select this guy, and we'll just to shell, scale him down, just check his UVs, and they're a pretty good size, they almost match, and we'll move that into position just there. And I think we need to do the top one. So these UVs are quite small, so just scale them a little bit. There we go. We might need to adjust those once they go into the tile, and not forgetting the top as well. So we're just going to scale everything as best possible. And there we go. So those are ready to put into a tile, those parts anyway. We're going to call it a day here on this chapter, because basically all I'm going to do is go around and do the same thing over and over for the remainder of the windows and stuff, and then in the next chapter what we'll do, we'll come back and we'll pop these into another tile, and then we'll move on to another part of the model itself and unwrap that. So hopefully you've learned a little bit from this, and I shall see you in part 11. So cheers for now. Okay, so welcome to part 11. In the last chapter I left you with a lot of UVs to do and stuff like that, and I said I was going to sort of continue in this chapter and finish them off, but what I've decided to do between the last chapter and now is actually go in and finish off a fair few of the UVs. Not really much has changed in the way of techniques. I've used all the same stuff that I've introduced to you throughout the UVing part of this tutorial. And what we have left are these crates and these barrels. Now we have obviously several objects of each of these meshes and stuff, and what we need to do is get UVs on each and every single one of these as well. And what I've decided to do is throw you a little script that's going to copy all the UVs from one object all the way across numerous objects, instead of using the mesh transfer attributes menu really. 'Cause usually we go into this, hit the component mode and hit transfer. The problem with this, you can only go from one object to the other at a time, whereas the script that we're going to use for this can do right across the board and makes life a lot easier, and it also deletes history as well, so you haven't got to go in and do that every time. So what we're going to do, we're going to start off in this chapter with the first crate. So I'm just going to go to command and hide unselected. I'm just going to hit F and I'm going to make sure we're in our UV editor as well, and also I'm just going to hit 1 on the keyboard so we go back to our base mesh. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is going to go to bonus tools and go to modeling and down to auto unwrap UVs and enter tool and close. Okay, so now we get this little GUI come up. So if we select the model now, what we get is a model that's in edge mode, and what we need to do is go around and select a few of the edges and stuff where we want to make cuts. So along the front edge, the 2 side edges on the top, like so. I'm going to leave this one alone because that's where we want it to unfold on itself. And also what we'll do is we'll just zoom in a little bit more and come down there, and we'll do the same on the bottom here. Okay, like so, and do another one here, and also another one there. So that's all good to go. So the first cut is going to be along there, so this is going to unwrap on itself and hopefully come up and round here, and then these will open out to the sides, and same on this side as well, and these will all be joined on here as well. So we're just going to hit over into our texture editor as well and hit continue, and we're just going to wait for that. And as you can see just down there, it was just running through the percentage, and you can see now that it's actually unwrapped. So I'm just going to hit done, and this is a little bit messy, so again we're just going to grab this a bit at a time and hit unfold, and we'll do the same here as well. And we're just going to do a big lump of this if we can, if it's going to let us do it. There we go. I'm just hitting G on the keyboard to repeat the command. Okay, and there we go. So what we're going to do now is just going to grab the lattice, the UV lattice tool, and just going to manipulate this around just a little bit more, just to straighten things up. There we go. So just going to deselect that, grab this guy and hit unfold. So it's not too bad there, and there we go. So that's pretty good. And what we'll need to do is grab these and straighten these up. So it's really not that painful at all to do this. Okay, so just across there. And what we can do as well, of course, is apply our checkered shader and texture that we already introduced in a previous chapter. And what we'll do, we just hit F8 and go assign existing material, our UV checker, and let's just jump in and have a look and see how this guy's getting on. So we've got a little bit going on up here. So other than that, the stretching is pretty minimal, and that's all looking pretty good. But what we will do is we'll just grab the edge here. If I can grab that, there we go, that'll do, and we'll just hit F. Hopefully it should frame that up for us. No, it's not behaving, so just going to zoom out, and there it is, just there. Let's just turn that off. There we go. So we're going to grab these UVs here. Now what we can do is try and unfold, and it's not going to do it for us there. So what we want to use is the smooth UV tool. As you can see there, it's highlighted up. So we just click on that, and what we'll get is a tiny little GUI come up with unfold and relax. So we just hit unfold, and that should sort of behave for us. And we'll do the same on this side. So just hit unfold there, and down here as well. So this is a pretty neat little trick. Probably most of you know anyway. Within Maya, we just deselect that like so, and we just jump back into our perspective view, and then if we hit 3 on the keyboard, there we go back to our smooth. And the other thing that you can do is if we go to smooth mesh in the attribute editor, okay, and we go to extra controls, just come down here, smooth all is on. If we just check do not smooth, everything seems to be okay anyway, but just in case, hit smooth all, and that will straighten out the UVs for you, especially on the seams of edges and stuff like that. So let's just have a look. There you go, you can see what's going on here just on this area. I'll just zoom in a bit more. Okay, so you can see that. So if we hit smooth all, it will straighten that out. So that's all good to go. Okay, so with that done, let's delete the history and go to commands and show lights hidden. Okay, and the next object we want to do is the barrel. So I'm just going to hide everything else, hit F. Okay, so I'm going to press 1 on my keyboard once again. Okay, and we're just going to go to bonus tools, modeling, auto unwrap, enter and close. So that's all good. And what we're going to do is just jump on the inside of the barrel here, and I think what we'll do is we'll choose the seam all the way around there. Let's just check that one again. Yeah, we'll do that one. So do the same for the other side. Okay, like so. And then what we want to do is choose an area of the barrel to run the other seam along, so it unwraps it from there. So I'm going to do this one all the way across, and then what we do need to do is just deselect that one, okay, like so, and we'll do the same on this side, just deselect that one, okay, and just jump back in to our UV editor, hit continue, and hopefully that should unwrap. There we go. A little bit odd, but not too bad. So just going to grab those and do this one as well, and we're going to shrink this down, make this the same size. There we go. Okay, and if we just grab this guy, let's hit done there, so that's all ready to go. Delete some history and grab those UVs, move these across, okay, and then what we can do, go polygons, unfold, same again, there we go. So that's not too bad at all. If you do it in one big go, this is what will happen, it'll shrink everything down. So just try and do it in increments, and let's say polygon, unfold, there we go. So it's not too bad. And then what we can do, once again, hit F8, assign our checker map, and let's go in and have a quick look at this. So as you can see here, it's sort of distorted just a little bit on the inside there. So let's just hit 3 just to see what it is going to do, and we'll just jump over. So with smooth all on, it's still not perfect, although we have got rid of the nasty sort of stretching that we've got there on the edges. Just pull out a little bit there. So with smooth all switched on, it'll get rid of that. But what we want to do is get rid of this kind of twist that's going on inside. Just here you can see. So if we just jump back, and it's because of this actual UV shell is just a little bit concave just in here. So if we just grab the lattice once again, and we just go over to the attributes for that, and we'll hit 4 and 4 just so we can pull things around a little bit like so, and there we go. So it's not too bad, and we'll just push those up in there as well, and as you can see that started to move around already and straighten those UVs up. Okay, so that's pretty good. Okay, so just deselect that, and then what we want to do is just grab these two guys and just scale these down like so, because then what we want to do is stitch these to this object. So there it is just there. So we're going to hit polygon, move and sew UVs, and we're going to do the same with this one, and just going to hit G on the keyboard, and that's all done. So there we go. So that one's done. So I'm just going to hit F8 and delete some history as well, and let's do command show lights hidden. Okay, so let's select those two objects and we'll jump back into our UV editor, and I'm just going to grab this guy and just scale him down so these two are the same size for now. Okay, like so. Now usually if you want to copy UVs across from one object to another, you would use mesh and transfer attributes, and with the component radio button switched on you'd hit transfer. This is great, all very well, but if you have multiple objects like this, it means you've got to go in and do them one at a time, and it's an absolute pain, especially if you have, I mean we've only got a few here. What have we got? We've got 6, 7 there, and then we've got, I think we've got about another 5 just down here, so that's not too bad. You could go in and do that, but there may come a time where you have more than sort of 12 objects or whatever, and basically you want to do it all in one go. So up here I've got a little nugget of a script, and we'll supply that to you with this tutorial, and basically all you need to do is select your first object and then select the rest. Okay, like so. And this will save a whole load of time. Okay, so if we now jump into the UV texture editor, you can see these are the UVs for the original ones. These are the ones that we've just done, so if we just hit that script and it will copy those all the way across, and that's done. And then what we can do is assign the UV checker, and you can see that everything is pretty much spot on. Okay, so let's do the same with this guy on the crate. So that one, that one, that one, that one, and what we need to do is jump down here and grab these guys as well, and let's just make sure we've not selected anything else. That's good. So I'm just going to hit 5, 6, back to texture, and again just going to jump back into the texture editor, hit UV, there we go, all done. So that's really nice and easy, and no pain whatsoever. Okay, so on the checker map, as you can see, all the UVs spot on, exactly the same as what we produced on the first one. Now the only thing we have to do now is lay the UVs out and get them into a decent area. Now what I've done with the Lighthouse as well, I've decided to put different materials into different UV tiles. So let's nip over and have a look at that now. First of all, what I would like to do is just move this outside of those spaces, and we'll do the same as well with the crates. So just grab these guys, let's just go into object mode and just grab these. Okay, and I'll show you what I've done. Okay, so let's just go back over UV. Let's just grab those guys and we'll just move them up there and out of the way for now. Okay, so let's select all of the lighthouse. Okay, so here you can see what I've done. Now we've spread the UVs out across, what have we got here, 7 tiles at the moment, which is all pretty good. So in this first tile, 0 to 1, what we have is the rock and the base of the lighthouse. In the first, sorry, I beg your pardon, in the second one we've got the main sort of tower, followed by the actual 2 little side parts here as well, and the main sort of lower building. And this one should be the roof, which it is, all good. And this one, this is going to be all the woodwork stuff like window frames and everything else. There we go. Okay. This one is all the metal sort of work like railings and aerials, so I've kept those in there. And this one is glass, so that's all your windows and also your main lighthouse window up here as well. And I've chosen to do them like this because what you can do now is select these in face mode and assign shaders to these actual shells, and then you can have sort of separate control over the sort of the concrete or the glass or the metals and stuff like that. So it's quite a good way to do that. So what we have left at the moment are these crates and barrels, and what we're going to do is we're going to scale these UVs down. In fact, no, we won't. What we will do, if I just grab these guys, and all we're going to do is hit layout. So we're going to hit layout, and let's just have a quick look at the settings. Okay, so pretty much as is in here, and uniform scale, which is all good, and percentage space between each cell I've got down to 0.2, and that's pretty much it. That's about the only thing I've actually changed. So if you just hit layout UVs on that, it should actually do that, and there we go, there's our UVs, and they're all laid out for us, all nice and separate. And we can do the same thing again with the crates. So we hit layout and there they are. Okay, and the great thing is these are all made out of wood, and so what we'll do, we'll put those in with the rest of the wooden stuff, which will be the window frames. And I'm just going to scale these guys down for now to about there. Okay, you may want to make these bigger and make more use of the space in the UV tile there, but for now that will suffice. Okay, so all that remains now is to get these UV shells and output them. Now generally what you would do is have everything in your 0 to 1 space, but working in the movie industry or TV industry, what you can do is output across this many shells or more. Some models may go up to 100 tiles all the way up to the top here, so stuff worth bearing in mind. Unfortunately I don't have a script at hand to output these all in one go, but that isn't actually a bad thing. I think it is a good thing to show you how to do this manually, and then you can get a grasp of it, and then maybe trawl around the web and look for a script to output multiple UV tiles. So what we're going to do first is we're going to select the whole of the lighthouse like so. Okay, and then we're just going to zoom in here and let's have a quick look at this. So this first tile is 0 to 1, okay, and the second tile is 1 to 2, and it'll be 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, and 5 to 6, and then 6 to 7. Okay, and we're going to output those exactly in that sort of way. So we're going to go to polygons, UV snapshot. Okay, and as you can see here, I've been using it already. So what I want to do is go all the way back to 0 on the U min, and on the U max is going to be 1. Okay, so that's 0 to 1. The V min will stay at 0, and the V max will always stay at 1 because we're not going any higher than the 1, so that you really don't have to worry about this setting. But for now, what we're going to be doing is umin and umax. Okay, my output directory is going to be the default one. Okay, so we're going to do that as is. So I'm going to hit OK. Let's okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's hit browse, just make sure where they are going to go. Okay, that's okay, that's pretty good. So we're going to make a file name. We're going to call this 0 to 1. Okay, and we're going to hit save, and we're going to do OK, and that should have saved out our UV map. So if I go to polygons, UV snapshot, let's have a browse. There's our 0 to 1, and there you can see the actual UV map there in this directory. Okay, so in order to get the second one out, let's go just cancel that. So we're going to go browse. We're going to call this one now 1 to 2. So 1 to 2. Well, actually, before we do that, we need to change it. So if we go umin, so go 1, and then umax is 2. So we're going to be outputting this shell now. Okay, and then we're going to hit up here. We're going to go 1 to 2, 1 to 2. We do save and hit OK, and that should have generated that UV as well. So we're going to go down to UV snapshot, going to go browse, just have a quick look. So 1 to 2 is there, so that should actually be, oops, let's just move that, cancel that a moment. So if we go up here and then we have a good look, so look at 1 to 2, and there we go. So there's that UV as well for this building. Okay, so now what we want to do is go to the next one, and what we're going to do, we need 2 to 3, like so. Do save, and once again we're going to hit OK. Just before we do go any further, I'm just going to output all my maps 4096 or 4K for short. Okay, so on this one, so we want to go 2 to 3. Okay, so change that as well. So we'll now get 2 to 3, so it should be this UV shell. Okay, and hit OK, and that should have done that. Let's just go to UV snapshot and check. 2 to 3, and there it is. And what you need to do is just go do the same process all the way through, and hopefully you should have output all of your UV maps, and you should have around 6 or 7 depending on how many tiles you've chosen to use. And then what you can do as well afterwards is, if you want to add shaders to things and you know which order everything's in and you want to apply the same shader, then do so. Then you should be ready to go. So we're going to call it a day on this part of the tutorial, and the next chapter we are going to be jumping into ZBrush. Now we've got all our UVs done and everything's laid out nicely, we can now go in, do some sculpting and start getting to things looking a bit more realistic, especially on this rock face and stuff like that. So the next chapter, what we'll do, we're going to be outputting this rock sort of area and this concrete base that we have here, this piece here as well, and what we'll do, we'll output those as OBJs and we'll take those into ZBrush and we'll start doing a bit of sculpting on this lower rock base. So hopefully you've learnt something in part 11, and I shall see you in part 12. So cheers for now.